Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Sunday, February 9th, 2025, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Super Bowl, baby. Kansas City Chiefs versus the Philadelphia Eagles. Kickoff is going to be roughly in about 10 or 11 minutes. They are doing intros as we speak. Chiefs just got introduced from John Hamm, and now we have Bradley Cooper and his son about to introduce the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's go. And let's get suited and booted here. And we'll take a look at the thumb. And on the thumb on the left, we have Patrick the Clone Mahomes. And on the right, it is Jalen Hurts. Let's go, baby. And I'm really proud of this one. This is the first time I experimented, with the thumb that looks like this. I think it turned out really, really well, and I can't wait for a special performance. Obviously, there in Nolans, I had to give you the little Mardi Gras beads there on the thumbnail as well. It's all about paying attention to the little details, and I'll definitely be paying attention to the little details here tonight. Aaron Andrews interviewing Patrick Mahomes, and I am ready. Vegas line has been shifting within the last week or so, and we are just about to get to kickoff, and Kansas City is favored by 1. I assume this game will be won by 1, 2, or 3, and we'll find out if we end up getting a three-peat out of the Kansas City Chiefs, or if the Philadelphia Eagles are able to become victorious and be Super Bowl champs at the end of the night. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. Let's get my screens all set up. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Sunday. And kind of crazy, we are at the point now where this is the last game in the 2024-2025 season. And again, it's been an amazing run. I put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears with a lot of research, breakdowns, analysis, videos, reaction videos, live streams. And this is going to be an awesome way to be able to end the NFL season. And then we'll get into the Blazers and Nuggets on Monday with Monday Night Raw. And obviously, as we go further along in the week, we'll get closer into the Daytona 500 next weekend, and baseball season right around the corner. Let's go, baby. Super Bowl, LIX, Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City Chiefs, Jalen Hurts, the Philadelphia Eagles. Who will be able to flex on their opponents the most? Will it be Pat? Will it be Jalen? We will find out. And then obviously the big key here will be Saquon Barkley. If Saquon Barkley ends up getting in the end zone 2 times or more, that might be the difference between Philadelphia winning the game or not winning the game. Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown will have to step up for Jalen Hurts, obviously, today. Travis Kelce, his numbers may have not been as high as a lot of people anticipated, but again, he has the clutch gene. Don't be surprised if he comes up with the big plays at the right moment. Offensive line, pretty even. Now, on paper, Philly's offensive line is better, but if you end up having injuries with Dickerson and Juergens with the knee and the back, Joe Thuney might be able to take advantage. And player for player, obviously we know Juwan Taylor on the right side is a liability, the worst offensive lineman arguably between the Chiefs and the Eagles, but we'll see if Joe Thuney can do his thing. And then the defensive line, Chris Jones against Jalen Carter. Okay, now Jalen Carter and company supposedly had COVID, flu, pneumonia that spread into the locker room. So again, O-line and D-line are going to be very, very critical. And with the Eagles having some issues with injuries on the O-line and possibly a sickness with the D-line and a few of defensive position groups, we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. Zach Bond, coming from the Saints, turning himself into an all-pro. We'll have to keep an eye out for him. Cooper DeJean, obviously we've seen what we've been able to get out of the rookies this season, as well as Reed Blankenship at safety. Can't wait to be able to see them flying around. Fly, Eagles, fly tonight. And then special teams. we obviously know that both kickers, can make big plays. But Harrison Butker, has that clutch gene, just like Patrick Mahomes in the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. And this could be decided by a Harrison Butker kick late in the matchup. Big facts. Andy Reid, best coach in this modern generation. Steve Spagnuolo doesn't get the same type of credit, but if they end up having those timely third down, second down corner blitz, this might be the difference between winning the game or losing the game. Can't wait to be able to see what we get in this one. Let's freaking go, baby. Super Bowl, LIX, Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. Joshua in the building, Natman in the building. What's good? And we'll get a lot more people here in the room as the game progresses. Odin Sun with a $3 holla to get us started off. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, Odin. $3 holla. 97 to go. We'll be shooting for 20 likes, obviously, within the first hour, 30 to 50 overall, and obviously 100 in the donos on every single string, and stacks on stacks, racks on racks, a little Cactus Jack, bang, bang. We're at 97 to go. Appreciate you. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. Odin in the building. What's good, brother? Should be a good one. And again, I know that, Chiefs fans are, it's them against everyone, in the world. But again, you have to understand, when these teams play, they're going to bring out the best in each other. And the Chiefs ended up winning by 3, right? A couple years back, 38-35. This game could definitely be in the 30s again. On my, prediction and pick show. Again, there's going to be a lot of back and forth, and both defenses are good, but don't be surprised if we end up getting a similar score that we did a couple years ago when the Chiefs won 38-35. Could be a 37-34 type of game, and I'm hoping that's what we end up getting. I still want defensive plays, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs three-peat. A lot of people want to say, you're going against the Chiefs and the refs. Yeah, there's been some, questionable flags or no flags that have been called. But again, hating on greatness, when you know that they're very well balanced. And again, people want to hate on Travis Kelce with the whole Taylor Swift. They want to hate on Mahomes. But the thing is you can't hate on Andy Reid and Spags. And really, that's going to be the common ground that they're going to be able to look up and see when things are going a little haywire, that you got those two guys. And arguably, those are going to be the two best at their positions, as of today. And if you are not able to break up, this coaching staff for Mahomes, Kelce, and Chris Jones, we may end up seeing a few more years of the Chiefs' dominance. Can't wait to see what we end up getting here. Anything specific you want to be able to see photo-wise as we get into the Super Bowl, let me know. I appreciate you very, very much. Sarah in the building, what's good? And again, really proud of the way that the thumbnail turned out. I wanted to be able to show you guys, that I've come a long way, from not being able to make a thumbnail to, showing my kind of personality in it. And I get you the nice Nolans background there. We got the Mardi Gras beads down there on the left and right corner next to Mahomes and Jalen Hurts to give you that Nolans touch. And again, a very big Super Bowl logo in the middle. And then an angled team logos at the top. I've never done that before, but I thought, this could be something pretty neat. And I'm really proud of the way that turned out. Hope you guys love it as well. And can't wait to be able to see what we end up getting in this particular matchup. Let's go. Oh, man, I'm stoked. I'm ready. And the Eagles would be making, some history, but I always like to look at history, and usually history tends to repeat itself. The Chiefs' first Super Bowl with Len Dawson, was with Nolans here, obviously in this particular area. And I was looking up some stats that every quarterback that has ended up facing a champion, right? So the Eagles obviously already faced Kansas City a couple years ago. Every quarterback in Super Bowl history that has lost the first time to a champion has also lost again when they've, had that matchup. Obviously with like Jim Kelly, you're going back to many different, eras, but there hasn't been a quarterback that has lost their first Super Bowl to end up winning against the same opponent in the next Super Bowl appearance, whenever that may be. So we'll see if Philadelphia, can break that curse. And if they are, they will be the first team to be able to lose to an opponent in the first Super Bowl and then to be able to win the second time around. It's never been done. We've had 3 teams that have tried and all failed. And again, I'm very excited to be able to see Mahomes, Hurts. I want to be able to see how the O-line and the D-line, the battle in the trenches, that's where the game is going to be won. Defenses are elite on both sides of the ball, but they still can score into the 30s because of the offensive firepower from not only Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert and company. And we can't forget about Patrick Mahomes, right? Isaiah Pacheco, right? Kareem Hunt, right? DeAndre Hopkins, Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce. Can't wait to be able to see what we get. Let's get it, baby. STL in the building. What's good? We're at 3:97 to go, and I am ready. Now the line has shifted, and like I said, we're getting closer and closer to game time. Just about a minute ago, it was at 1 on the Vegas line. Vegas line now is Kansas City by 1.5. And again, you guys can end up putting your picks and your predictions, if you'd like, in the stream. And that way, at the end, we can kind of see who is the closest. And again, you guys can put team and your prediction score. Again, I really feel that this one could go either way, but just based off past history and everything that has happened, again, we know the Kansas City Chiefs are back-to-back champs. We know Jalen Hurts, has got a team good enough player for player when they're healthy, right? They have a better roster player for player, but the problem is they're not healthy. With Dickerson up front, Jurgens up front with a knee and a back, and then supposedly Jalen Carter had some type of COVID, pneumonia, cold, flu that not only that he had, but spread to some teammates in the locker room, offensively and defensively. We don't know. So again, it could go either way, but I'm not a biased person. You guys know I call it how I see it. It's really Chiefs fans, right, against everyone else. Right? Unless you are an Eagle hater, you're a Cowboy fan, you're a hater on the Eagles. You're a Commander fan, you're a hater on the Eagles. You're a Giants fan, you're a hater against the Eagles and maybe Saquon. But other than those 3 fan bases, in the NFC East going against the Eagles, it kind of feels like the whole world is against Kansas City, based on what's happened in the regular season. But again, if you're good enough, long enough, you eventually turn into the villain, and they are the New England Patriots. And we'll see how close we are with this particular score. But I got Kansas City winning 37-34 over the Eagles to three-peat. And I know, if that ends up happening, obviously there's going to be a lot of people besides Chiefs fans that are going to be upset. But again, it really is going to come down to the battle in the trenches and those question marks with the injuries on the offensive line. And, Saquon Barkley, even with injuries on the O-line, is still good enough to score 2 or 3 times in this game and get 120 to 150 yards, even against the stingy Chief defense. But again, I definitely feel some magic in the air. I think both quarterbacks are going to be good, but they don't really need to, be 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. It doesn't have to necessarily be that clean. You could probably throw for 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. And then as long as the pick isn't a pick 6, and as long as you don't have a fumble for a touchdown, that might be good enough for Mahomes or Hurts to win the Super Bowl. They don't need to throw for 3, 4, 500 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. It doesn't have to be that clean of a game. And we obviously know Philadelphia's passing game with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert has been hurt a little bit because they've been going so heavy with Saquon, but it's working. So I'm definitely excited to watch the O-line, the D-line, to be able to watch the defenses in general. And again, everyone loves quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends, and hopefully we get a good one here today. Well, hell, if you work for them, they should be able to give that shit to you for free, right? If you work for them, you'd be like, hey, Bezos, I need a free Prime account. It's the least you can do. This is where I'm going. And again, I think a lot of people, in sports, especially with sports betting, again, they kind of get mixed up with feelings. And again, if you're betting, based on, your heart and your personal feelings, you're going to lose a lot of money and you're going to be wrong a lot of the time. You have to take your personal feelings out of it, and you have to be able to, think with your brain. You have to really look at, not just who you like and who you don't like, or based on what's been happening with the refs, or, oh, I don't like Taylor Swift, so I'm going Eagles. And again, we'll see what happens. And this is probably the most even matchup that we could have asked for in the Super Bowl. Philly almost won it a couple years ago, only lost by 3. But again, it shows you how close the margin for error really is. One extra first down, one extra turnover, one big play late, with the last 2 minutes, that could end up, making the difference in this matchup. And again, I definitely feel that it will be won by 1, 2, or 3. The most I could see this Super Bowl being won by, might be 7 to 10, in that range. But even the score being 34-24, both of these teams are too good, in my opinion, unless we end up having a pick six, a fumble for a touchdown, and a punt return or kick return for a touchdown. Now, if we get something like that, then the deciding winner could be by 7 to 10 points. But if we don't get a fumble for a touchdown, pick six, or special teams touchdown, I think that it'll more than likely be, 3 points or less. And again, we've been seeing those pretty often in the last few years. Obviously, when the Eagles played the Chiefs a couple years ago, 38-35, Kansas City won. Then obviously we've seen the Chiefs beat, the San Francisco 49ers in overtime last year as well, only by 3. This should be a very, very good matchup. Bro, there is no way it's going to be 58-52 Chiefs. No way in hell. Bro, this isn't Madden. Oh, boy says it's Madden. Oh, my. You're hilarious, bro. There's no planet that they score 58-52. Like, seriously, the only way you're scoring 58-52 Chiefs, right? The only way that happens if you're playing on Madden and you're on easy mode. Come on, my guy. 58-52. You smoking, bro. Wow. Cool Kid says Eagles 28-24. That's a little bit more realistic of a score. Cole says 24-21 Chiefs. Sarah's got Chiefs 28-21. And again, I think the maximum amount of points that we would see the team, end up winning by is 10. But even that seems a little weird to say. I mean, these teams are so well balanced, and I can't wait to be able to see. Yeah, but you got to understand, you want a shootout, 58-52. That's like if we had the Bills playing the Lions with no defense on either side. Yeah, then maybe you get something close to 40 or 50 points. But you got to put some respect on the Eagles and Chiefs defensive players. There's no way in hell that they're going to be able to put up that many touchdowns in this fucking Super Bowl. But wishful thinking. Matt in the building, what's good? I mean, you got to understand both of these teams got, top 5 defenses. Usually when you have top 5 defenses, I'm not saying that the game is going to be in the teens or even the 20s, but again, even with defenses being in the top 5, top 10, Chiefs and Eagles, right? You're not going to get into the 40s or the 50s. There's just no possibility of that happening. But it can still be a great game. It'd be a shootout. Hell, the last time they played, it was 38-35. That is still considered a shootout. You're wanting one of those epic old school games with the Chiefs and the Rams, or something that we had years ago where Tyreek was still there with Mahomes, and you had Jared Goff still on the Rams, and they were putting on a show with Todd Gurley. This is not the same type of situation. STL says 35-32 Eagles. But you think it's going to be less than that? Well, we'll see. I got 37-34 Chiefs. And again, we thought the game would be lower scoring last time, and it was 38-35. So I feel like the offensive firepower for both teams, it can outweigh some of the weaknesses that they have on both sides of the defense. And the defenses are much better than if we were going to see Lions, Bills, Super Bowl. But it shows you, we might end up getting that next year, but you got to improve the defense if you want to match up to the top teams in the NFC as well as the AFC. You can't be the Buffalo Bills. You can't be, the Baltimore Ravens or the Cincinnati Bengals with no defense thinking you're going to be able to beat the Chiefs. Once the defenses catch up, then we might be able to see someone other than Kansas City. And on the NFC side, it's kind of a crapshoot every year. It's not going to be the same team every year making it to the Super Bowl. And typically the teams are more well-rounded on the NFC side, but obviously you have more Hall of Fame quarterbacks on the AFC side. And we'll see what reigns true here tonight. There we go. That's better. That's better. I'm not sure if we're even going to get into the 40s, but 41-36, definitely, that's still a shootout, and that's a little bit more realistic. But you also have to understand, go back into Super Bowl history and look to see how many times teams have actually hit 50, and that'll tell you. It's not impossible, but, just saying. But I like the update with the scores there. But just to give kind of like a recap so we can kind of understand what we're looking at, right? So last year's Super Bowl, right? Kansas City Chiefs 25, Niners 22. The year before that, Chiefs 38, Eagles 35. 3 points, right? Rams 23, Bengals 20, 3 points. Tampa Bay 31, Chiefs 9. And Mahomes didn't even throw a touchdown pass, and it shows you how good my defense was. We were the only team to beat the Chiefs. Then the year before that, Chiefs 31, Niners 20. Year before that, that was arguably the most boring Super Bowl of all time. New England 13, Rams 3. Right? Year before that, Eagles 41, New England Patriots 33. Before that, New England 34 in the 28-3 comeback to 34 New England, Atlanta 28. Then you go back with Denver, right? Denver 24, Carolina 10. Year before that, New England 28, Seattle 24. Year before that, Seattle 43, Denver 8. Year before that, Baltimore Ravens 34 with Joe Flacco, Niners 31. Year before that, Giants 21, New England 17. Year before that, Green Bay 31, Pittsburgh 25. Year before that, New Orleans Saints 31, Indianapolis 17. Year before that, Steelers 27, Cardinals 23. Year before that, Giants 17, Patriots 14. Year before that, Colts 29, Bears 17. Year before that, Steelers 21, Seattle Seahawks 10. Year before that, New England 24, Philadelphia 21. Year before that, New England 32, Carolina 29. And the year before that, the closest team to get to 50, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 48, Oakland Raiders 21. So it's something that you should know if you're listening to me read off those. Tampa is the only team that's been close to 50, all right, in the last 25 years. We obviously had a couple 40s, in that graphic that I mentioned. The Eagles 41, New England 33 with Nick Foles, right? Slick Nick. So they had a pretty good number. Seattle 43, Denver 8 when they blew the brakes off of Peyton Manning when he fumbled on that first snap, and the Legion of Boom was born and obviously got that credibility. But yeah, just letting you know. Just letting you know. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. And here we go. Chiefs kick off. All right, let me get my everything set up here. Give me one sec. Hand off to Saquon Barkley. Going to the left side. Got to wrap him up. Decent run there. Gain of about 4. 2nd down and 6 on the Philly 34. Good completion there. I'm just getting everything situated here. All right, I think I got everything situated based on how I want it to look. All right, baby, here we go. First down and 10. Hand off to Saquon Barkley, testing the right side now. Minimal gain. About 3-yard gain. Reed and Tranquil with the tackle. Second down and 7 at the Philly 45. Interesting graphic that they got on the screen for the Super Bowl. I'm not sure if I like it. It's like transparent and whatnot, but it's a little weird looking. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily terrible, but it's not necessarily what I think that a lot of fans are used to. They got the Fox and then the Super Bowl logo in the top right. And obviously they're going to be able to bring up stats, underneath with the ticker and to the left or the right. But it's just a little odd looking at the kind of simplicity of the KC Philly and then the transparent 0-0 there on the field. Hurts. Saquon getting a look on the screen pass game. Nick Bolton with the tackle. I like that. Big loss. Third down and 11. Shotgun set. Hurts looking for a man. Decides to run. Getting chased from behind. Can he get the first down? Running towards the first down marker and knocked out just in time. Cook with the tackle. 4th down and 2 at the 50. Do the Eagles go for it? I would assume they will. Again, you're going to see teams, Chiefs and Eagles, probably being extra aggressive. They don't necessarily need to, but if you're at the 50, I mean, if you punt and you punt it wrong, they get it at the 20, right? So, if you end up having a punt that's perfect, you might be able to, get them around the 5 or the 10-yard line, maybe. But, we'll see if this ends up working out for Philadelphia or if Kansas City can take advantage. Or they may just try to, bluff here. You're trying to get them to jump off sides and they have no intentions of going for it. 4th down and 2. Hurts down the sideline, 1-on-1, and caught by A.J. Brown. Wow. Oh, my. But offensive pass interference on A.J. Brown, and that is coming back. Oh, my. Oh, my. Big. And these guys need to play big tonight. And A.J. Brown with an offensive pass interference, that is a killer. There's a little bit of a push off on the helmet, right, to McDuffie. But again, I wouldn't have called a penalty on that. That's such a subtle play. You want to make sure that you let these guys play. And if you're going to call that on A.J. Brown, make sure you call that on Xavier Worthy or Travis Kelce when they do it, when they have the ball. Let's try to make it as even as possible. Again, was that a penalty? I mean, based off penalty terms, I guess, but that's very tic-tac, and, hopefully that they call it that same way, because, again, if they're going to be so, close on any type of push-off as a PI, then make sure that you're doing it for both sides evenly. Wow. And again, it's almost like essentially they punted anyways. But again, it shows the mentality of Philadelphia. They know that they're going to have to get touchdowns, not field goals. And Saquon's going to have to get in the end zone a couple times for them to win this game. If he ends up getting 120 to 150 yards but doesn't score, they're not going to win. They need those points from him to come up with half of what they're going to get for the game. And then they got to pray they get one on defense or special teams. And then they also got to, pray that, Jalen has an opportunity to get, one in himself with his legs, and then at least one or two maybe through the air. Wow. Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, I see you. And then A.J. Brown got caught right there. Now we'll see what Patrick Mahomes can do with Travis Kelce and company. Wow, crazy way to start off, the Super Bowl. And obviously, conspiracy theorists and all that, people are going to come out. But again, Kansas City Chiefs won their first Super Bowl here in Nolens. And again, every, team that has lost their first Super Bowl to an opponent has also lost the second time that they've played. History tends to repeat itself, and I'm not saying that the Eagles are the Buffalo Bills with, that situation with like Jim Kelly and a few others that have had that similar fate. But again, they're going to have to be aggressive. They're going to have to execute, and we'll see what we get here with the offense with the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. And we're at 3:97 to go. All right, we need 2 more to get to 10. If you're in the room and haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. We're at 9. 1 more to get to 10, and then we're halfway there to get to 20. Let's go. Well, you're going to get that in college football as well. Calls that are called, and calls that are 50-50 calls. There's always going to be a lot of 50-50 calls. There's always going to be holding on every play, but they don't want to slow the game down. It's just pretty much they decide when they want to call these, particular, penalties or no penalty. Mahomes, play action. Juju Smith-Schuster, first down, Chiefs. $29 years old, 3-time Super Bowl MVP, Patrick Mahomes. And you got to remember, it's not like, the Chiefs' entire run has been dictated by the refs. We've only really seen the refs get involved this season. Every other season, it hasn't really been like this. So Mahomes, play action fake, little screen pass. And again, Andy Reid and Spags know exactly what to do. Xavier Worthy with the short catch. Reflect in the building. What's good? How are you? $12 score wins, 12 comeback wins. Reflect with a $5. Appreciate you. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little cactus jack. Bang, bang. Mahomes on 2nd down and 9. Right there to Travis Kelce, but a little bit behind him. And complete. 3rd down and 9 on the KC 24. But again, that's not going to be the only penalty that we're going to see. There's going to be a lot of 50-50 penalties or 60-40 penalties where they may or may not call it, but again, as long as they're doing it on both sides, I don't really have a problem. When it becomes a problem is when it's an advantage for one team and then they don't call it the same way on the other side. And, we see that in sports a lot. It's like when I watch the Blazers and I can't get a call when they go to the hole to try to attack the paint. They can get knocked with the body on the ground and then the refs just look at them. Shotgun set, Mahomes on 3rd down and long, avoiding the pressure, avoiding the sack lunch, running for his life, throwing it downfield, and nearly intercepted towards the sideline. A very dangerous, uncharacteristic throw by Patrick Mahomes. Hey, I know you like flexing on him, but you're not going to win the Super Bowl that way. We're at 8:92 to go. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Chiefs with the punt. And again, getting the score into the 50s, was not realistic, again, with these two defenses. But again, they could still get into the 30s based off the talent on offense on both sides. Decent return there by Philly. Cooper DeJean pushed out. Amber in the building. What's good? Man, oh man. And hope you guys enjoy my take on the Super Bowl thumb. I tried to do something that I haven't done before, just based on the look of the thumb, give you the big Super Bowl logo instead of it just being smaller at the top, giving you the teams at an angle, which I thought was pretty slick. And then, big, obviously player images. And then if you notice there on the bottom left and the bottom right, I got the Mardi Gras beads on there as well. It's all about paying attention to every single detail. But I hope you guys love it. It was probably one of my, top, choices as far as having fun making it. Sometimes when I make thumbs, it kind of gets a little stressful and whatnot, but I'm really happy the way that it turned out. And so far, we got a 0-0 game here in Super Bowl LIX. And if you have a prediction that you want to be able to comment below, if you got a particular team that you think that's going to win in a score, type it below. We had a few of the people in the room already that have done that. And again, like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 20 within the first hour, 30 to 50 overall. If we get a little bit of a boost and some volume, we're at 10. We need 10 more to go to get to 20. And we are at 892 to go to be able to hit the goal. Let's go, baby. Good to see everybody in the room. I hope you guys had, a great weekend. And, I was thinking that, gosh, everyone is eating pizza. Everyone's eating wings and nachos and, having a great time. And I was like, man, I don't want to miss out on that. There's been, natties and Super Bowls and like World Series that I've done on the channel where I've kind of felt like I've missed out, but I can't really afford to spend like $50 on like a medium or large pizza. But thank God, I got an email late last night from Grubhub, and they ended up shooting me a coupon for 35% off. So I've never gotten a coupon that big. So I thought, shit, let's see what this is going to come out to. If I end up getting a pizza and a drink, or a pizza and wings, or pizza and pasta, or whatever I decide to get. And I definitely pulled the trigger, and I got it a couple hours ago. So at halftime, I will be able to be like y'all, and I'll be able to enjoy a couple slices of pizza. So, and obviously had to get a drink with it too. But, normally just a pizza alone from my favorite pizza spot, Round Table Pizza, for like a large with delivery, you're looking at $50. With this coupon that I ended up getting a 2-liter on top of just a large pizza, $29.95. And it normally would have cost me probably $40 or $45 or more. So I'll take that, and I'm definitely excited to be able to eat here in a little bit, in about an hour and a half and whatnot. And I got a little bit left over for after the Super Bowl is over, when me and Paisley are just snugged up, and I'm definitely excited about that. So you got Chiefs winning it all. Kelsey will retire, and then what? Is he going to propose to Taylor Swift today, or is that going to happen in the future? Or is it not going to happen at all? We'll see. We will see. But the thing is like Kelsey has still got game. So again, like if he retires, again, that puts them in a position where they can find another tight end in the draft or get someone in free agency, but even if they win, I don't know if I can really see Travis walking away, maybe proposing to Taylor Swift and making it like an event at the end, maybe. But I don't think that. I don't know. I just think he's still got enough game, and he's not that old yet. I mean, he's getting up there in age, but he could still play for a couple more years. And I mean, what's better than winning 3 in a row, winning 4 in a row? Just saying. Hurts, 2nd down and 8, got plenty of time, wide open. Dallas Goedert, 1st down, Eagles. Move the chains. Nice job, Jalen. I see you, baby. Thank you, man. Like I said, there's been many times that I've had to pass on it because I've had to pay bills or, take care of Paisley instead. But feels good to be able to kind of celebrate with everyone else, when they're doing their thing. Shotgun set. Jalen is 3 for 3. Hands off to Saquon to the right side, and a good steady defense there by Wharton and company. I see you, Kansas City. 3rd down and 5. Shotgun set, man in motion, Saquon up the middle, and a good defensive play there, Wharton and company. 3rd down and 5. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously being a Saints fan, you already know that, some Saints fans are delusional and hella rude and love to talk shit. And, Eagles fans are kind of in that same boat. There's going to be some humble, Saints and Eagle fans, but there's also going to be some crazy ones too. And, I feel like with Chief fans, they realize what's going on with this season so far, and they know it'll be close, but again, the expectations overthrown, but we got a flag on the play. See if that's PI. Penalty on Trent McDuffie there for unnecessary roughness. But again, I feel like Chiefs, they're like, I think that we respect the Eagles, but hopefully we can win by 3. But then if you ask like Eagles fans, they'll be like, yeah, we're going to win 684-3, and again, it makes you kind of wonder, like if the Eagles lose the Super Bowl, like, they're going to go crazy. If they win the Super Bowl, they're going to try to beat everybody up. It's like, you would hope that, the fan base wouldn't be so like kind of rude and obnoxious and whatnot. But, there's a difference between being passionate and being obnoxious. And again, some fans just definitely take it a little too far. I don't know about that penalty on McDuffie right there. I don't agree with that. So we obviously get the little push-off, offensive pass interference on A.J. Brown. And I don't like that McDuffie call either. He hit him with the upper body, but I don't really see any unnecessary roughness. They're definitely calling this Super Bowl very touchy so far. Hurts, hands off to Saquon, and slipping on that turf. They better get those cleats changed, Saquon. 2nd down and 11 at the KC 28. Yeah. I mean, again, I think, most Chief fans, they're not stupid. They realize what has been going on by winning these like 1-possession games and the refs, and what the involvement has been, but also you're going to get some that will probably, act like it never happened, but that's a kind of a reflection of yourself if that's the case. Floater, wide open. Touchdown, Eagles. Wow. Jahan Dotson. Are you kidding me? What a big tutty there from Jalen Hurts to Jahan Dotson, and they're on the board. That was a great throw. Good protection up front. And then again, Kansas City sold out on the blitz. Probably shouldn't have done that. Good blocking up front on the chip block by Saquon to pick up that blitz. And let's see if Jahan Dotson actually got in or if he's down at like the 1. He's down. Yeah, when I first saw it, I didn't think it was a touchdown. I thought he might have been down at like the half-yard line. And after that replay, I think that will give an opportunity for Saquon or Hurts to be able to get in here momentarily. Takes a touchdown away from Jahan Dotson, but what a great catch. But again, if you end up blitzing at the wrong time, Spags is known for, kind of being gutsy. And most of the time when Spags calls that blitz, it ends up on a sack lunch for Jalen Hurts or whoever the quarterback is and a big play. But that time, they end up getting burnt on that blitz early on. And what a great throw and catch there for Jalen Hurts and Jahan Dotson. Right. But now, after they review it, it'll be down to the 1, and then we're going to end up getting either a tush push with Jalen Hurts or a handoff to Saquon for the tutty. And I would assume it'll be Saquon first. They don't really need to tush push it with Jalen, but I could see either scenario. But you're at the 1. You're going to score either way. Jalen, if you want him. Saquon, if you want him. It really just depends on what they're thinking with Sirianni and company. And all those people that bet money, obviously nobody had Dotson as the first touchdown. I imagine there was probably some better, that, put Jahan Dotson $100, that he would score, and probably is losing his mind right now because he would have been one of those rare individuals that could have made, a lot of money, based on certain predictions. But I'm pretty sure we're going to end up getting a a tush push or a Saquon Barkley 1 yard rush, and then it'll be 7-0. Doubt they would go for 2, unless they wanted to be like Chip Kelly, and we'll see where it goes. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the PI on the first drive, it wasn't a penalty. It was very touchy. Was there a little bit of a push off on the helmet? Yes, but normally that's not something that we see that gets called. And then obviously on the flip side, with McDuffie with the unnecessary roughness, I didn't see a penalty on that one either. So I don't know if that was a makeup call, based off the push off and whatnot that A.J. Brown supposedly did, but I don't really agree with either of the penalties, if I'm being honest. If this is a regular season game, we probably don't see a penalty on either one of those plays, but, again, there's going to be, penalties that are 100% true, and there's going to be a lot of 50-50 calls, and sometimes they're going to let shit slide, and sometimes they're not, and right now it seems like they're definitely calling a touchy Super Bowl, and he's definitely down there at the 1.5 yard line. Jalen Hurts up the middle, tush push, touchdown, Eagles. Your boys got the ESP. I got the ESP. And especially with that formation, they're not going to Saquon. And Jalen Hurts gets in with the tush push. Only fitting. Saquon will have to wait. 6-0, Philly. Offensive player, yeah. I mean, because the player has the ball and they're, trying to deflect, the defense. So, a defensive player is trying to bring the offensive player down. The offensive player isn't trying to take down the defensive player. May want to try to run him over, but he's trying to evade that. So I'm pretty sure that's kind of the reasoning, even if, because you don't really see a running back trying to initiate a face mask and hurt someone on the defense and bring them down as they're running by them. If it just so happens, it happens. But, most of the time you're seeing the, defender chase down, the offense and trying to bring him down any way possible. Whether that might be a flaw in that rule or not, but, you're definitely not going to see too many, offensive, face mask calls. Again, a little bit of push-offs, here and there. That's starting to be a thing that we're seeing a little bit more. Most career rushing TDs by a quarterback postseason all time. Number 1, Jalen Hurts with 10. Mahomes tied for 3rd with Tom Brady with 7. Seven, 0, Philly. All right, Jalen. I know Jahan Dotson probably a little sick that he wasn't able to get that touchdown. We'll see what we get now with Patrick Mahomes here with 6:15 left in the first quarter. Good vision right there, and a decent return down to the 32-yard line, 33-yard line. Yeah. Yeah, I also think that there's going to be more kind of dislike just based on what has happened with the referees this season, and then already being sick of the situation with her last year, and then now this year again. I think that's kind of what you're getting. Obviously there's going to be a lot of people that love her music and whatnot. Mahomes got plenty of time, little check down. But again, I don't think the American public or just in general across the globe, nobody likes to being force-fed something that isn't really something that they like. It's like you're forcing it, in front of people, and I don't, anytime you force something, some people might love it, and they don't mind it, but then you're definitely going to get people that are just going to get sick and tired of something that, isn't really football related. and they're just trying to cash in, based on marketing abilities and growing, on social media for both platforms. Mahomes, hands off, short game. Third down and 3. Mahomes incomplete to Hollywood Brown. 4th down and 3 at the KC 40. Good defense there by the Eagles, giving that pressure. And the Chiefs have to punt. And Dotson's the worst, offensive lineman out of every offensive lineman that's playing. So, if Mahomes can roll to his left instead of his right, go towards more Joe Tooney side over there, that's going to be better for him, even though that's going to be kind of against, maybe his norm, since he is right-handed. Normally you roll to the right when you're right-handed, you roll to the left when you're left-handed. But again, that's the worst side of that line, is on that right side. So you might have to make those adjustments at halftime to make more plays for bootleg and play action to the left, even though that might be a little unnatural for Mahomes, but you'll get more protection over there. Yeah, but you got to think they won in dominant fashion early on with Tyreek, right? And then obviously we've seen, them get humbled by, the Buccaneers, where they didn't even throw a touchdown pass. And he ran for his life, which was kind of wild and crazy. I don't think anyone anticipated a 31-9 Buccaneers Super Bowl win, right? But then, with Bieniemy, without Bieniemy, but within the last couple of years, it's been more defensively. They've been able to win there. But obviously the refs have, catered. This year, they haven't really done that in any other year in this dominant run the Chiefs have had. They've won a lot of one-possession games. They've won a lot of games on the last play, but I feel that with that, with on top of jealousy and envy and on top of, seeing things that maybe you don't want to see, like Taylor Swift, again, there's going to be a lot of people that have a, kind of an opinion of this particular team. But again, for all those Chief fans, that can't handle what's going on. I mean, again, you were on the outside looking in as the underdog that was liked when we saw Tom Brady in New England, and now you've taken the role of villain. You just have to step up and take it. This is what it is now. There's no running away from it. There's going to be people that like you, people that despise you and hate you. And, anytime you end up getting celebrities involved, it's going to go one or two ways. It's going to go one way where we don't mind it, like Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn. No one's got a problem with Livy, and again, Taylor Swift, it's just, sometimes we don't want to be force-fed, something. So I think that's what it comes down to. All right, let's see what Philadelphia can do here on this next drive. 7-0 Eagles. And I wouldn't be, like I said, I wouldn't have been that surprised if the Eagles end up being up, 7-0, 10-0, 13-0, 14-0. The Chiefs always find a way to be able to come back, and they are one of the best second-half teams with adjustments. So we'll see how the rest of this first quarter goes. Again, they've been very, very touchy with the penalties so far, and we'll see if that continues in the second half. Yeah, and also I think it has something to do with her being a pop star. If it was someone that was like in rock, it probably wouldn't be viewed the same type of way. Just imagine if like Britney Spears was still like the top lady, and if Britney Spears was dating Travis Kelce, the same shit would be happening right now. It probably worse. So again, I feel it's like just the fact that she does pop, rather than maybe being like a rocker. The influence is a little different. First down and 10. Jalen with a little bootleg. Play action, rolling to his right. Little check down. Oh, he dropped it. What happened to my hands? Oh, Chris Jones' neck is fucked up. That's not good. Shotgun set. Hurts. Hands off. Saquon. Good tackle there by the Chiefs. Minimal gain. Seven rushes for 15 yards for Saquon. Hasn't been able to get loose just yet. Man in motion. Shotgun set. Hurts. Looking for a target. Got Devontae Smith underneath. There you go. First down. Eagles. Move the chains. But the game is going to be won in the trenches. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. And right now, you're not being able to get pressure, because again, if the Chiefs are going to win, they have to be able to get to Jalen Hurts. They have to. Hurts, play action fake. Little check down. Jahan Dotson. First down, Eagles. Move the chains. And if you give each of these quarterbacks plenty of time, again, they will rip you apart. Blitzes are going to have to be timely and effective. Hurts. Nine-yard gain. So far, we're not really seeing a lot of the issues with the offensive line with Dickerson and Jurgens there up front with the knee in the back. Saquon with the 4-yard gain. First down, Eagles. Gainwell. They had Trips left on the left side, Trips right. Yeah, you had 3 wide receivers on the left, 3 wide receivers on the right. You haven't seen that formation in the Super Bowl. Eagles offensive line, 6'6", 338 average weight, tallest and heaviest O-line in Super Bowl history. We just got to see if those knees and backs can, stay healthy enough throughout 4 quarters here in the Super Bowl. So far, from what I've seen, it looking pretty good. And that was a crazy formation. Obviously, Gainwell still in the game. Handoff again to him. Up the middle, minimal gain of 2 yards. 3rd down and 4 at the KC 35. Third down and 4. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. But we have an defensive offsides. So for all the people that say, oh, the Chiefs get every call to go their way. Well, they didn't get that one. That could have been, a call where they just let that go, right? Maybe in the regular season. He's already right there, kind of in the neutral zone, too close to the ball as it is there. And Spags is going to be doing those, 3rd down, blitzes where they sell out. And you just got to be able to know where you're at. And it's always kind of like boggled me a little bit. Like, you are looking at the football. look down at your hands and your feet to see like if you're crossing, in that line of scrimmage area, and if you're in the neutral zone. It's like I don't understand how, you could just be sitting there and not notice it. You're offsides, but good tackle there on Jalen Hurts, and that's the end of the first quarter, 7-0 Eagles. And based on the kind of the back and forth, we might not even get into the 30s. This might end up being much lower of a scoring game now based on, 3 quarters to go and only being 7-0. But we will find out. All right, Patrick Mahomes, 3 for 6, 17 yards, no touchdowns and no picks just yet. Haven't had the football really that much just yet. Jalen Hurts, 6 for 7, 75 yards, no touchdown, no picks, so no dramatic plays, but only 1 carry for 2 yards for Kareem Hunt. You're going to need more than that, to be able to have that balanced offense. And then obviously with the Saquon Barkley effect, 8 carries, 19 yards, and then you have the Jalen Hurts, 4 carries, 15 yards, and then the tush push for the touchdown, and that really is the difference. Jahan Dotson, 2 receptions, 42 yards, and then Juju Smith-Schuster, leading receiver, 2 receptions, 16 yards. I mean, the Chiefs need to be able to have more of a balanced, offense, and they need to be able to get the football into their best players' hands, whether that be Kelsey or Xavier Worthy, or even Mahomes using his legs to be able to run the football, because it kind of feels like the way that this game is going, Mahomes is going to have to use his legs to be able to, catch up in this game or possibly win this game, whether we see that in the second quarter or if we see it in the third and the fourth. But you're going to have to run for some first downs. And obviously the Eagles defense has been stifling up to this point, but to be able to create some more plays, Mahomes is going to have to use his legs. We already know Jalen is going to do that on the regular. Yeah. But I think a lot of people were kind of anticipating, the Eagles going up, 7-0, 10-0, 13-0, 14-0. That's just kind of, the Chiefs kind of start slow and then they start to kind of pick up momentum, as the game goes on. And, they make the best adjustments in the second half. But what will the score be, once we get into the third quarter? How much are they going to be down by? That'll be the real question. Unless they end up getting some big plays from their defense. But the line of scrimmage for defense and offense has been won by the Philadelphia Eagles in that first quarter. Second down and 14. Little check down to Saquon. Minimal gain. 4-yard gain for Saquon Barkley. Third down and 10 on the KC 30. Reflect with a 3-year. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks. A little Cactus Jack, bang, bang. Thank you so much. All right, take care. Thank you so much. Third down and 10, shotgun set. Hurts, blitz off the edge. Intercepted. There's the Chiefs. There you go. And again, the timely blitz by the Kansas City Chiefs. What did I say all week? I told y'all, everyone's going to be talking about Vic Fangio, but we should be talking about this guy right here. This is the guy that has essentially been winning the Super Bowls and the big AFC championship games single-handedly in the last couple years. It's those timely blitzes on third down that either force a sack lunch on Jalen or whoever the quarterback is, Josh Allen, Burrow, Lamar, whoever. And then, if it ends up being a sack lunch, could end up being a strip sack and a turnover, or you end up getting pressure in his grill and kind of an arid one-on-one or one-on-two throw. You might not see the guy over the top or underneath, and then you get a big interception there for the Kansas City Chiefs. Huge, huge play. Because, again, if they don't get that there, it's probably 10-0 or 14-0. Wow. Big play. Brian Cook with the big interception in the Super Bowl. I'll see if they can get a few first downs and move the chains. Defense wins games. Defense wins championships. Don't forget it. Offense is always going to be sexy. But defense is where it's at, where you win in the nitty-gritty. Shotgun set. Noah Gray just in the flat. Nice tackle there by Philadelphia. Second down and 8 at the KC4. And you got to be able to use speed because speed kills. You got to get the ball to Xavier Worthy. Jet sweep, reverse. You got to be able to get him in open ground so that way they can get some good yak yards there. What a play by Brian Cook. My God. Beautiful. Shotgun set. Mahomes. Check down. Kareem Hunt. Gain of about 5 yards there to the KC9. Third down and 3 on the Kansas City 9-yard line. And it shows you, it's like, they're missing like that superstar player, on offense. It's like, you had Pacheco early on, then Kareem Hunt obviously filled in the gaps, but Kelsey isn't the same dominant tight end as he used to be, and obviously having a Rashee Rice is really what they're missing on Kansas City right now, because that's someone that you can throw to and get a first down almost every single drive, and they don't have that player. Yeah, you got D-Hop. Yeah, you got Xavier Worthy. You got some of these other guys, but it's not the same type of player as a Rashee Rice. Kelsey down at the knees, incomplete, 4th down and 3. And again, not the type of Kansas City offense that we're used to. Play calling has been not good for the Chiefs early on offensively. Good defense by Philadelphia as well, getting that pressure. Yeah, great defense by Philly. And regardless on who ends up winning this game, Chiefs or Eagles, I just want a close game. I don't want a blowout. I want it to be close and fun. Good gang tackle by Kansas City there. All right, let's see what Jalen's got in his bag here on the next drive. And obviously throwing that pick early on, you would assume they're going to be going, more heavy to Saquon if they can. All right, we need 5 more likes to get to 20. If you're in the room and haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Now we're at 16. 4 more to go to hit 20, and then we're in the algorithm. Let's go, baby. I'm going to go get myself a little refill of my drink here. Give me 1 sec. All right, I'm back. $11, 89 to go. Yeah. And you got to think, for every Super Bowl, commercial, that's a lot of money, that these companies are dishing out and whatnot. And like I said, I assume you're only going to get a couple good ones, throughout the, 30 or 40 that we end up seeing throughout the Super Bowl. So there'll be a couple funny ones. There'll be a couple memorable ones. And then there's just going to be a lot of just, what's so special about this? And it's nothing. It's just that they paid a lot of money, to be able to get in front of a lot of eyeballs and hope that they can make more money, based on the 5 or 6 million or 7 million that they spent for a 30-second spot. So. Hurts. Saquon, minimal gain. And again, after throwing a pick, again, you're going to go with Gainwell and Saquon. You're going to try to run as often as you can. And you're probably not going to see too many more deep routes by Jalen. I mean, I assume that you're going to get another big one, at some point in the second half. But, you're going to be a little uneasy after that interception on that deep route. Might be a lot of short and intermediate and a lot of Saquon. And those injuries on that offensive line could be an issue. There you get some pressure there on Jalen on 2nd down and 11, running towards the sideline. And a good decision not to blast him out of bounds for a penalty that they definitely would have got. Kai Becton injured. But it's not only him, it's Dickerson, Jurgens, and now Mekhi Becton. So now they got 3 guys that aren't 100%. Third down and 7. 4 wide. Shotgun set. Chiefs bring 4. 1-on-1. A.J. Brown. First down, Eagles. Nice little intermediate throw right there. A.J. Brown, I see you. Move the chains. Nice job, Jalen. Now, especially A.J. Brown having that size, they're not going to be afraid of anyone in that secondary. Corners and safeties are an advantage for Philadelphia, not Kansas City. Nice gang tackle there by the Chiefs. A little subtle push off by A.J. Brown on that play as well. It shows you, they're going to let some plays go and they're going to call penalties on others. But for every big catch that we've seen so far, there has been some kind of, push off. It might be a slight push off, but there is one. Screen pass to Saquon. 3-yard gain. 3rd down and 5. Hurts running to the left here. 2-yard gain. 4th down and 3 at the KC 25. And I'm not sure if they really trust Jake Elliott, fully. Not the same type of consistency as Harrison Butker. And a design run here by Jalen that we see, and a good defensive play there. Justin Reed, ultimately saving a touchdown right there, but they could still, we'll see what they decide to do here. How aggressive do you want to be? At some point you do have to kick some field goals to win. But Reed kind of coming out of nowhere, being shot out of a missile. If he doesn't make that play, you can almost guarantee Philadelphia goes up 14-0. And now they're going to see if they bait Kansas City offsides and see if they actually are wanting to actually hike this football or to draw KC offsides here. Kind of looks like a dummy play. I don't think they're going to hike it. Nope. And they're going to end up taking the timeout and I assume kick the field goal with Jake Elliott. Mustard. See if Kendrick Lamar calls Drake a pedophile in the halftime show with Not Like Us. We'll see what songs that he ends up doing. But after winning all the awards at all of the award shows, going 5 for 5, I would assume that we would be hearing that. False start. Uh-oh. Going in the wrong direction. Can't have that. And the kick is up and would have been good too, right down the middle. Things are good. Like I said, I don't have bad days anymore. I don't let my emotions take over, based off sports and wrestling and all that. Again, this is my full-time job. I've worked very, very hard, to get to this point. And again, as long as, I have Paisley, I have the ability to get outside and exercise for a couple hours a day, 7 days a week. And then I can end up, watching sports and wrestling and, making a career out of it. What's better than that? So I'm always good. Field goal is up after the false start and good. 10-0 Eagles. Not really surprised at the start of this game because, this is just kind of how most Kansas City games typically go. And just hooked it in there towards the right side of that goalpost. Philly fans are happy, 10-0 Philly. And we're just waiting to see if we can get the right play call and scheme here for the Chiefs. But I feel like the play calling really hasn't been very good, for Kansas City up front so far. You definitely have to give credit to the Philadelphia offensive line and defensive line. They've won the battle up front with the line of scrimmage up to this point. But again, it's like They really need a Rashee Rice or a Tyreek Hill in this type of situation. It's like, yeah, you got Juju, you got Xavier Worthy, you got D-Hop, and you even got an old Travis Kelce, but they don't intimidate anyone anymore. That's why, when they end up winning games, it's just barely, because it's like their offense is the worst than it's ever been. That's why you haven't really seen Kansas City blow anybody out all year, because they don't make a lot of mistakes. They have great coaching. They make the adjustments in the second half. They obviously have been getting some calls, whether they deserve it or not, that are 50-50 and kind of going in their favor. And then they end up winning kind of on the last possession or one of the last plays of the game. But again, I wouldn't call Kansas City out of this yet. And I just hope that we have a close Super Bowl. Captain in the building. What's good? Yeah, but also remember, this hasn't been a thing, that has been, Kansas City is getting away with this every single year. This is the first year that we've seen the refs, kind of implement these, quote unquote, penalties and whatnot, and them winning in weird ways at the end of the game. But again, we've definitely seen some bullshit calls on both sides that have been kind of 50-50, where maybe they call that in the regular season and maybe they don't. It's like there hasn't really been anything that's been, oh my God, that wasn't a penalty, and then, oh, the Chiefs got a free one. We haven't seen anything like that. All the calls so far, have been a lot of the calls that we've been seeing with Kansas City and others where, it's kind of, touchy. It's like, is this really a penalty? But, we'll see how that goes in the second half, if it will be that same type of vibe or not. So, and not having, Pacheco out there, and having Kareem Hunt, it's like, this is the worst offense that they've ever had. It's like Kelce is old. You don't have Pacheco out there. You got Kareem Hunt, who is not Saquon Barkley, but he's still decent, but he's, quite a few levels below. You got wide receivers and D-Hop and Juju and, a few guys that can kind of make plays, but nobody really is a game changer or a game breaker, So if that's the case, then what that means is Mahomes has got to take over the game with his legs. He's going to have to be able to open up more passing lanes, and he's going to have to, bootleg, play action, and maybe even run in for a touchdown himself. I would avoid running on Taylor's side to the right. I'll be running left, and following Joe Thuney. And, again, we'll see if they end up making that adjustment. But that's how I would be coaching this team if I'm going to try to get them back in the game. Mahomes. 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And it looks like the COVID or flu or pneumonia that was passed around from Jalen Carter and company hasn't really affected the defense up to this point. Creed Humphrey, what are you doing? Wow. What are you talking about in the Super Bowl? Or are you talking about this year? Like, what are we talking? Playing a good defense. 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for another sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. But again, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. When the Eagles are healthy, their O-line is better. When they're healthy, their D-line is better. Defense overall is better. Secondary is better. Linebacking core is better. So it's like, you got to look, the Eagles, have the better skill position groups overall, right? But again, it depends on the health of those guys up front. And it looks like right now, the O-line and the D-line haven't had any issues so far. Wow. Uh-oh. And he's going to go all the way. Wow. A pick six. Cooper, DeJean, and that's why you pick rookies in the draft. Wow. 16-0 Eagles. I don't think anyone anticipated this. Can't throw that, Patrick. Great job by Philly's defense. Wow. I'm not sure if anyone anticipated that. Nice job, Cooper. It shows you, hey, even though he's a white corner, and that might be the only one that we've seen since like Jason Sehorn, he's proven that not only he's one of the only white corners in the NFL, but he's one of the best corners, regardless if he's white or black. Amazing. Amazing. Way to rep Iowa. Yeah, Iowa's got some dogs, don't they? Caitlin Clark, Cooper DeJean. Woo! Extra point is up. And good. Wow. This one's starting to get out of hand, but we'll see if the Chiefs can come back. But that was amazing. 17-0 Eagles. What a stud. Pick 6 in the Super Bowl in your rookie year. You're going to be able to eat free at any Philly restaurant for the rest of your life after that big pick 6. Wow. All right, let's look at the schedule. All right, so week 1, Baltimore, no defense. Bengals, week 2, no defense. Atlanta, okay defense. Chargers, a pretty good defense. Nolans, it was earlier in the season, but again, kind of average. Atlanta, Chargers, Nolans, Niner defense, but they weren't really the same team at that point. Raiders, no defense. Tampa, that was a close one. 30-24 in overtime. Denver's got a D. Buffalo, no D. Carolina, no D. Vegas, no D. Chargers, yes. Browns, no. Houston Texans, no. Steelers, not really. And then obviously Denver. And then obviously going back into like the preseason. So, yeah, I mean, they played, out of their 17 game schedule, maybe maybe they played, 7 games. Out of the 17 that actually had at least an average or above average defense, not every game, obviously are they going to get exploited like this and whatnot. But again, not having, Pacheco, and not being able to have a Rashee Rice, that's what you need to be able to kind of, have those game breakers and whatnot. And, normally that used to be Travis Kelce, but he's getting old. He's not really the same type of player that he was even just a few years ago. And, they better get something going here. And again, they need to definitely get at least 3, on the drive and hope that the Eagles don't score anymore. But preferably, obviously trying to make it to be at least 17-7, and that way you're down by 10 to give yourself a shot. But I don't think anybody would have predicted 17-0 start. 17-0 Chiefs or 17-0 Eagles. But again, I feel like the play calling has not been good for Kansas City. The offensive line and defensive line have been very dominant up front, but you have to make adjustments. If Mahomes doesn't have a whole lot of time, you got to have to make sure you get rid of the ball quickly, but you got to get the ball into space for guys like Xavier Worthy to get some good yak yards. And again, the play calling has been very, very bad for Kansas City up to this point. It needs to be much better. Yeah, they played more than one good defense. Like I said, they played, 6 or 7 teams that have D. Good defense there by the Eagles. Pacheco. It's like, why wasn't Pacheco getting looks early on? Is he not 100%? Is he injured? Why would you go with Kareem Hunt, over Pacheco early on? Unless Pacheco isn't 100%. And again, you can't abandon the run, but the play calling needs to be better. And it's like, why are you running right up the gut into the right side to Taylor when that's the worst offensive lineman that you have? You should be running to the left side if you want to give yourself a shot. But I don't know what Andy Reid is smoking, or if he didn't smoke, but maybe he didn't have enough hamburgers at pregame or whatnot, cheeseburgers, but play calling has been atrocious for them. Yeah, you got to get to the quarterbacks. You got to get to Jalen. You got to get to Pat. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for another sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Offensive line is just playing terrible. And it shows you, you can still have, these key pieces, but if your O-line and D-line don't do the job, this is what happens. It kind of reminds me of when the Buccaneers played the Chiefs. Remember, we're the only team to make Pat look average or bad. He didn't even throw a touchdown pass in the game. And, the way that this game is going, I don't know if Pat's going to be able to throw a touchdown pass in this game either. You have to have a very, well-rounded defense like Tampa did. We're the only team to beat them, but it looks like Philadelphia might be the second. Everything going the Eagles' way. They're loving it. Yeah, Chiefs' run defense is pretty good, though. We might be able to see at some point Saquon rip one off for 40, 50, 60 yards. Probably won't happen until the second half, though. If it does happen at all. Really where you can abuse, the Chiefs is in the secondary. But again, it's like, we had JPP, Ndamukong Suh, Devin White, Antoine Winfield Jr., Levante David. So it's like, if you actually look at our defense, it's kind of similar to what Philly has. They have so many good players across the board. But again, Philly had the best offseason out of any team that I've seen, probably in the last 25 years, right? You get Saquon Barkley. He ends up being the best running back, in the world. Doesn't get hurt, which he typically does, but he didn't get hurt this year. You bring in Vic Fangio, top 3 defensive coordinator. It definitely has worked out for them this season. You end up getting Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in the draft. That was phenomenal. Like, all the pieces that they ended up bringing in, like they didn't have a failed piece. You ended up drafting 2 corners. You bring in Vic Fangio. You get Saquon Barkley. And then Zach Bond, from the Saints. Where he was a scrub, special teams player, turns himself into an all-pro. Like, I don't think I've seen a team hit at D coordinator, running back, 2 corners, and they both panned out. And then on top of that, Zach Bond, a guy that was just, pretty much left for dead. Like, we don't think you're that good. And then he comes from the Saints to the Eagles and turns into the best linebacker on their team. So, again, I don't think I've seen a team make 5 moves that were as big as this and all 5 hit. That is something that is not common. And, we're getting uncommon results here in the Super Bowl, 17-0 Philly. $9 holla. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little Cactus Jack, bang, bang. Let me know what you want to do for any photos. Cole with a tour, appreciate you. Every dollar counts. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little Cactus Jack, bang, bang. We're at 22:78 to go. But this is the closest thing to watching Tampa kind of, beat the fuck out of the Chiefs. And again, they've been able to beat up pretty much everyone, over the years. But it's like you got to have a good O-line, a good D-line, a good defense, good coaching, and good play calling. It's not going to be just about quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. It's going to be more about the line of scrimmage and the defense and the coaching and play calling, and that's evident here today. And again, this would be the very first time that a team has lost, to a Super Bowl champ and then played them again. And if they end up winning, it's never been done. All the other quarterbacks that have been in this situation, the other 3 have all lost. And going back to like the Troy Aikman, era, when they obviously, had some of those issues when you, have teams that try to win, Jim Kelly, tried to be able to beat the Cowboys, but, not very many teams are going to go to 4 Super Bowls in a row and lose all 4. Second down and 1. Hurts. Waiting for his blocks. First down. Eagles. It's like number 1 running back, arguably number 1 defensive coordinator, corners, top corners as rookies, and then obviously making big plays. DeJean with the pick 6. Are you kidding me? Right? And again, we were talking about that. If you're going to win this game, if you get a pick 6, a fumble for a touchdown, or a punt return, kick return for a touchdown, the chances of you winning the Super Bowl go up like 90% because you normally don't have plays like that happen. And you already got one that happened already. And, at this point, it's going to take a miracle for Kansas City just to even get close. Saquon up the middle. And again, good teams know how to win. So obviously, if you have a 17-point lead like this, you essentially can kind of run the football whenever you want in the second half, bleed the clock. And of course, they're going to have to get some first downs in the air, right? But you essentially can just, bleed the clock out. You got the best running back in the world, right? They can't stop them. Offensive line hasn't shown the injuries. They must have had some good, pain pills or shots taken pregame or during the game. But again, for injuries with people with their knee and their back, I haven't seen anything, And as far as that defensive line, if Jalen Carter gave everybody COVID or, pneumonia or a cold or a flu, I'm not seeing the results of that. If anything, they look like, like they're completely healthy on both sides of the ball, O-line and D-line. First down and 20, shotgun set. Chiefs bring 4. Looks like there was a little hold there. 12 noon, you know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Second down and 26. Hurts. And penalty on Nick Bolton, the necessary roughness. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, don't lie to yourself. You're still not over it. Because you keep saying, I don't care. And then you're like, it's been a couple weeks. It took me a couple weeks to get over it. You're still not over it. You got to be honest with yourself. That's why you can't wait for the NFL to get over with so you can forget football altogether. Come on, man. You have to be honest with yourself. If I can read you and I don't even live in the same place as you do, I'm out here on the West Coast. You got to look yourself in the mirror and understand who you are as a person. You're still not over it. Be true to yourself, my guy. Shotgun set. Hurts. Hands off. Gainwell with a couple stiff arms. Now, once we get into a commercial break, I'll be able to pull up some. I got you. And what Witherspoon are we talking about? What Witherspoon are we talking? Clarence? We're talking Clarence Witherspoon from the Sixers? Shotgun set on 2nd down and 10. Blitz up the middle. Dallas Goedert with the catch. 3rd down and 3 at the KC 49. It's awesome to be able to see, Iowa players shine, but also to be able to be like, you're the only white corner. Even if you ended up being average, it would have been a success. But then to be like the only white corner, Caucasian corner, and you're one of the best in the NFL already as a rookie, that's fucking amazing. For a position that is dominated by the brothers, you can go in there and be like, hey, I'm just as good as you guys. Just because there's no other white corners that are doing it, besides Jason Sehorn like 30 fucking years ago, it's just not a position that you get a lot of, white corners, because usually those white corners, they turn into be white wide receivers, right? Like the Wes Welkers and the Julian Edelmans and, those type of Lad McConkeys, right? Pretty cool. No, I know you want Devin Witherspoon. I got you. Fire unis. Well, it's not over till it's over, but man, it's definitely lopsided. And again, I don't think I've seen, Kansas City get dominated like this since Tampa played them. Again, you have to have, the right coaches, the right players, on the O-line and the D-line. And, normally for a team that, is 15-2, we don't usually see them get, beat up like this, but it shows you not having a healthy Isaiah Pacheco, not having Rashee Rice out there, let alone like a Tyreek to be able to kind of even the score. Again, this is a little shocking, but we'll see if Kansas City has anything left in the tank in the second half. 3rd down and 3. Pass down the sideline, incomplete. 4th down and 3 at the KC 49. Yeah, Chiefs definitely need points. I mean, even if it's 3, that's a success. You got your ass kicked for the whole first half. So, if you're down by 14, and then you can end up scoring early in the 3rd quarter, and then it could end up being 17-10, anything can happen. If you end up getting a touchdown here and you're down 17-7, you score quickly in the 3rd quarter, 17-14. You're still kind of in it, even though it looks terrible at this point if you're a Chiefs fan, but you got to get points anyhow, anyway. I mean, they're going to need to. I mean, if they don't get anything in this last 2 minutes, not even 3, the chances of them, being able to make not only a comeback to win, but a comeback to at least make the game entertaining and closer, might be out of hand. But shows you how important O-line, D-line, defense coaching, and play calling really is. And again, if you cannot win the line of scrimmage, you're not going to win. Remember, like when I ended up with the Tampa Bay Bucks, when they ended up beating, the Kansas City Chiefs, their offense was a hell of a lot better than what you're seeing here today. they had a lot better players, on offense. But again, if you can get to the quarterback and make them uncomfortable, even the most elite quarterbacks can look average or below average. Wow. Man, this one is just over already, huh? Mahomes, Zach Vaughn, ridiculous. Wow. And again, we're not going to see Mahomes play like this that often, but it shows you if you get your guys lined up in the right protection. And obviously, Mahomes is pressing. Great job by Vaughn right there. What an athletic play. Again, Saints, only thought he was a special teams player. He's much more than that. Philly going to go up 20-0 or 24-0. Jalen, keeper. Good tackle there. Pat getting exposed. But again, not having a reliable target to throw to, play calling hasn't been good, and you don't have any running back. Like, how are you supposed to catch up? Running game is non-existent. You got nobody that can catch the ball. I mean, offensive line getting pushed around. I mean, even your best offensive lineman getting pushed around by toonies, getting pushed back. So, touchdown. Eagles, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown. Oh, my. Jalen, A.J. Wow. Nick Bolton, terrible coverage. 23-0. Oh, my. And of course, if you're like Matt and you're a hater, towards KC, you might be loving this, but I don't think anyone's really loving a 24-0 Super Bowl. I want the game to be close. I don't want it to be already over by the first quarter or second quarter. This is a terrible Super Bowl. 24-0? Always got to be humble, my guy. It's not like Oregon ended up winning the championship this year. Extra point is up and good. 24-0 Eagles. Yeah, but the difference is the Saints don't have the same type of personnel as Philadelphia, so it's not like you're going to get the same results. It might be the best option that's left out of the coaching staff, but again, the Saints don't have the right quarterback. Offensive line is a little bit of a mess. Your players are getting a little bit older. Defense is getting older as well. So it might be the best guy that you can have at this point, but you have to understand you're not going to get the same results as the Philadelphia Eagles, Kellen Moore. Like I said, it potentially, there might be games where things are better, than what you ended up seeing out of like Rizzy, and Dennis Allen and whatnot. But, to think that Kellen Moore is going to come in there and then change everything, and then you guys are going to end up winning the NFC South and be the best team in the NFC South, or the NFC is not realistic. What would be more realistic is that he gets the team better than they are now, but probably ends up getting fired in 2 or 3 years. That's just the reality. But again, I guess it's better than what you've had with Allen, and Rizzy didn't do too bad, but that's just not a head coach. And Allen should have never been promoted from defensive coordinator to head coach, but hopefully it works out for the Saints fans. But for a lot of the coaches in this particular, round robin, kind of going from one team to another, I'm not really feeling too confident in a lot of the hires. You got Vrabel, you got Pete Carroll with Chip Kelly, you got the vet guys, then you got the Kellen Moores and the Ben Johnsons and whatnot that, are kind of big names as far as coordinators. But how is that going to turn out, when you got a guy that's calling plays and he has to be the leader and the head coach? A lot of those guys are not going to be able to do the role. Calling a plays is one thing, but being a leader, as a head coach is completely different. But I hope it works out for most of the teams, but don't be surprised if it doesn't. 24-0 Eagles. Yeah. Yeah, but first you got to get Carr out of there. That's not the right quarterback. Again, like you guys need a facelift, on the offense and the defense. Kind of try to get the culture back to what it was. But, it can't be any worse than what we saw this year, right? So hopefully it will get better for you guys. Oh, Megan in the building. What's good? $20 holla. Appreciate you. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little cactus jack, bang, bang. $20 holla. Let me know what you want to do for photos if you're doing a quick flyby. Jalen, Saquon, A.J. Brown, Jalen Carter, Zach Bond, Cooper DeJean with the pick six. Everything going Philadelphia today. Appreciate you. Thank you. We're at 42, 58 to go. But again, I haven't seen the Chiefs look this shitty since Tampa played them in the Super Bowl when it was 31-9 and Mahomes didn't have a touchdown pass. And again, they had much better offensive pieces when we played them. This team is nowhere near what it was when we played them. Again, they had much better offense and defense, and they still could only get 9. But again, we'll see if the offensive line can play a little bit better. But like I mentioned, if Mahomes using his legs, that's the only way that you're going to get back into this game. Mahomes is going to have to use his legs, hopefully get a couple of necessary roughness calls as he's sliding, late as they get a holding call and everything is going against them here. But, if they want to have any chance of making this game, they're not going to win, it looks like. But, to make it at least somewhat manageable and closer and not getting embarrassingly blown out, at least putting up a couple touchdowns, Mahomes is going to have to do something with his legs, because if not, I don't really see anybody on their offense that can do anything. They have no running game. Offensive line is terrible. They got no one to throw to. Look at that. 14 dropbacks, 3 sack lunches, 6 pressures. Mahomes hasn't seen pressures like this since Tampa in the Super Bowl, and he just throws it into the turf. Every call. So for all the people that said, KC gets every call to go their way. Well, they haven't got that many today. Like, if anything, they've gotten, 1 call? And all the rest have gone Philly. And then now people are going to say, the NFL rigged it for Philly so that way the fans would come back. And then they wouldn't think that everything was rigged. They had to rig it the other way so that way that everyone would be happy, besides, obviously, Chiefs fans. But there's always going to be conspiracy theorists. But the bottom line is, if you don't got a good O-line or D-line, you're going to get your ass kicked. 9-yard gain. And then once we get into halftime here, I'll be able to throw up a couple photos for you. We're almost there. 40 seconds to go. And also, the Chiefs' defense not doing a good job. They have to be able to match the Eagles' D-line and that presence to be able to get, to Jalen Hurts like they have to Patrick Mahomes. And, the defense for Kansas City, non-existent as well. If anything, it's one thing for Mahomes not to be able to do anything, but you got to have the defense do at least something. Look at that. Can't even make the goddamn catch. Jesus Christ, D-Hop. If you're supposed to be a Hall of Famer, you're wide open, no one near you. Catch the damn ball. Christ. A little out of reach, but still. The timing is off. Terrible. Terrible. I mean, nothing can happen. I mean, even when they're wide open, they can't even complete a pass. And, they're seeing ghosts out there. It's like Zach Wilson. Father Time is undefeated unless you're Tom Brady. But again, his ability was based on watching film and being smarter than everyone and knowing where, to throw the football and being quick about it. Again, you don't really see a lot of people hit the film room the same type of way. And, it might be one of the last pocket quarterbacks that dominates the league as much as he did. 24-0 Eagles. Momentum, Uncle Mo. When Uncle Mo is on your side, everything, everything goes great. If it's against you, again, the momentum has been on Philly's side since the very beginning of the game. All right, we're at halftime. 24-0 Eagles. Get to see a little Mustang, little Kendrick Lamar. Man, if you're a Chief fan, you're not enjoying this. If you're a Philly fan, you're fucking loving it. And let's get some photos up here for Megan. But as far as if you're not a fan of the Chiefs or the Eagles and you just don't really care, this is a terrible Super Bowl. I mean, this is the last game of the year, and it's a 24-0 game. That's not what fans signed up for. But, it is what it is. 24-0? When's the last time we even had a score 24-0? I don't even remember the last time a team had 0 at halftime. Like, someone has to look that up. When's the last time we actually had a 0 at halftime? I don't remember. I mean, I've been watching football since 1985, and I don't even remember a team that has been at 0 at halftime. I mean, at the very worst, usually teams are at like a 3 or, a 6 or a 7, or a 10. But 0? Appreciate you. You looked it up? And who were the teams that were playing when we ended up having a 0 at halftime? Like who were the teams? Because offhand, not everyone is going to in the room know who played in that particular Super Bowl. But obviously, that's from a long time ago. But again, even if they had Tyreek or Rashee Rice or a healthy Pacheco, like again, you have to be able to run the football. You have to be able to throw the football. And, and again, Travis Kelce is a shell of himself. He's not the same dominant tight end that they can go to, and he's not a game breaker, and again, they've definitely got exploited, again, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, Eagles. And that's why the score is 24-0. But again, I know we originally thought that the New England Patriots, Los Angeles Rams Super Bowl was the worst Super Bowl in the last 20 years. This one might take the cake, depending on if the Chiefs actually score any fucking points in this game. It'll be great for Philly fans. But again, if you're not an Eagle fan, you're not a Chief fan, you're just like an NFL fan, no one wants to see 24-0. The game's already over. It was over at first quarter. At halftime, it was 3-0 Steelers and Vikings. Vikings had 0. Wow. What year was that in? Can you look up to see what year that was, Amber? Yeah, but also on 1975, holy moly, 50 years ago, 50, holy cow, that's crazy. Like the only thing good from the Super Bowl might be Kendrick Lamar. That's the only thing. Obviously Eagles celebrating a Super Bowl championship and whatnot, but what's the score going to be? 48-0 when the game's over? This might be the first Super Bowl where people turn it off before the game is actually over. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, but again, they already have 3 championships. So again, we'll see where it goes, moving forward. But 2020, 2023, and 2024, I was the only team to beat them, and now Philadelphia looks like they're gonna stamp their championship and put their names in the history books as well. But every team is gonna have a starting point and an end point. We'll see if this is the end, or if they can find a way to get back to the Super Bowl again. It really does determine, with Mahomes and Kelce, Andy Reid, Spags, and Chris Jones. But, they definitely have felt the wrath of the Philadelphia Eagles. Chief in the building. What's good, bro? 24-0? Bro, terrible. Shows you how important O-line, D-line, defense coaching, and play calling really is, man. Yep. But the thing is, right, you guys had 2, Schwartz, you had a couple guys injured up front, and, we didn't have you didn't throw a touchdown pass that whole game. We won 31-9, right? But, in this particular matchup, man, it's, Mahomes looks worse in this game than he did, against the Bucs and whatnot. But it shows you, if you have the key pieces in the right positions, I don't think anyone anticipated 24-0, but, I wanted just a close game regardless who wins. But, they already got 3 championships. Tampa is the only team to beat them. Jalen and the Eagles are going to stamp their, obviously, legacies on this one as well. And they're going to be the first team to play the same team and lose a Super Bowl, and then to play them a second time around and win. No team that has lost the Super Bowl the first time around has won So Philly is actually doing things that we haven't seen before, and crazy stuff, man. Yeah, I mean, it's like, if Pacheco is healthy, why didn't he start? You're not running the ball effectively, right? And again, if you're running towards Taylor, he's the worst guy on the team. You need to be running to the left side, to Tooney, not on the right side where Taylor's garbage, or running it up the gut. But again, not enough runs. Passing game was terrible because Mahomes has no time, and obviously, him trying to thread the needle, a couple times there. Obviously, Philly has those athletes there. Cooper DeJean with a pick six as a rookie. It's kind of a slap in the mouth, But again, it shows you, they might have been able to dominate in the regular season, but how do you not let the refs dictate the outcome? You end up having a huge lead where, even if it ends up having some kind of 50-50 calls, it's not going to matter because they're fucking up by 24, not up by 3, where it could actually, maybe change the outcome of the game. But hopefully this Kendrick Lamar halftime performance will make up for that first half. But, yeah. Well, of course. I mean, you already got 3 championships. It's like you're not going to win them all. It's like even with Brady, he went to 10, he won 7. It's not no matter how good you are, no matter who your coaches are. Andy Reid being the best coach overall in the NFL right now, and Spags being a top 3 defensive coordinator. But still, with that being said, neutral turf. The game is not being played at Arrowhead. It's not being played in Philly. Again, that has to be a factor when you don't have fans really cheering for you. And sometimes you need those fans to, uplift you when things are going bad and whatnot. But, I mean, I know people say that Patriots-Rams Super Bowl might have been the worst one. But, we'll see what the final score of this one ends up being. But, we're pacing for a 48-0 game, and that is not good. That's not the way that we want to kind of end the season. But obviously for Eagles fans, they're going to be excited, but for Chiefs fans, this is a nightmare. So you'd rather lose like you did with the Buccaneers and then lose this one the same kind of way than lose by 3. So nice. Yeah. The Kendrick and Drake beef was good for rap because rap was kind of dead. And, sometimes you need that spark to be able to kind of get things going again in the hip hop game. And I'm not sure if Drake's career is completely over. I imagine Drake will still be able to come out, with some good bangers in the future, but it's got to be calculated. And obviously he knows now that, you can't talk shit to the wrong person because, if you go against someone that is a lyricist like Kendrick, you're going to lose every time. All right, no problem. The album is a banger. I usually prefer not hip hop acts, during the Super Bowl, but again, like when they had Eminem and Dre and, they had that Snoop Dogg and Mary J. Blige and 50 Cent. That one was pretty good. And obviously you got to capitalize off Kendrick's popularity with everything that went down in the hip hop game too. So Squabble. Samuel L. Jackson. Love it. Because you got to get some of the throwback stuff. Yeah. The real question is Drake going to turn off his TV when Not Like Us comes on? I mean, I grew up on hip hop. I mean, that's just who it is, you know? I mean, I still got an appreciation for alternative and rock and whatnot, but where are they going to go with the discography here? I got. I wonder if there's going to be any special guests that are going to come up there, or if it's just going to be Kendrick the whole time. I would like to see SZA. You know, obviously the Black Panther soundtrack is still one of my favorites of all time. All the Stars is one of my favorite songs of all time. And I'm not sure if we're going to get that, but I hope we do. I mean, Kendrick's been doing it for a long time. That West Coast swagger, man. No. Yeah, and for anyone that thought that Travis Kelce was going to retire, it ain't happening now. He's definitely going to come back next year. You know, I don't know how many years more after next year, but, you know, there definitely is going to be at least a year or two to try to make up for this, you know, debacle that we're watching right now. Peekaboo. This song is a banger. This is the one that I usually, I mean, you know, Not Like Us got so much airtime, but this is actually my favorite song on the album. The Peekaboo. Yeah, well, I think everyone is pissed. I mean, if you're Kansas City, you're down 24-0. You were 15-2. You know, like, you know, it's one thing to be losing, but to be at a 0 and the other team's at 24. I mean, that's a good thing about Kendrick too. You know, he can give you like the cruising music in the car, you know, or something kind of laid back while you're just sitting on the couch and whatnot. And then he's got like the bangers that make you want to dance and whatnot and act a fool. Very versatile. You don't see too many artists like Kendrick anymore. My thing was, I thought that was who we would get. If we were going to bring in one person, that's who I wanted. This is but all the stars, it gives me all the feels. Like, even to this day, like Black Panther is still one of my favorite movies, and that soundtrack was ridiculously good. It's cool that he was able to do this for her. Because Kendrick could have just been like, we'll just have her part, lip synced or have someone else come out there and whatnot. So here we go. We're going to like the old school. And it also reminds you of a time of where you were back when this song came out, when Chadwick Boseman was still alive and didn't die by cancer. Like, Black Panther was like one of the first like superhero movies that really wasn't supposed to succeed. And it went far beyond, but a big part of it going far and beyond was the soundtrack. Facts. I mean, it's a great movie, but the soundtrack took it to like a whole nother level. It's like this song, like All the Stars, it makes you feel a certain way. It's like, I feel like it gives you that motivation and that spark. If you're kind of in a place where, things aren't really good in your life, you need certain songs to kind of uplift you. And that definitely is one of them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, Drake turning off the TV now. It's funny too, because you get rappers that are going to be from Canada, East Coast. Challenge at your own risk. Mustard. Okay, Kendrick. It's crazy that the Kendrick halftime show might be the best thing of this entire Super Bowl. All right, let me take a look at the schedule. What do we got for tomorrow? We got Monday Night Raw tomorrow, but I'm going to do Blazers and Nuggets. We've been getting some good results with the, basketball fill-in stream. So we'll be doing Blazers Nuggets at 6 on Monday, Tuesday. And obviously I'll be paying attention to Luka's debut as well. Lakers and Jazz. That'll be on right when the Blazer game is probably about halfway through. So we'll keep up on Luka and the Jazz as well. Tuesday. Not really anything going on Tuesday on the NBA side. Let's look at the NHL side. There's nothing on Tuesday, so not sure what we're going to do there. And then Wednesday will be Blazers and Nuggets again, same time at 6 p.m. And then on Thursday, we will do the Four Nations face-off, USA and Finland, on Thursday at 5 o'clock Pacific. And then not really sure about Friday. We will see. We're at 42, 58 to go. And again, I don't necessarily feel that like hip hop during halftime shows is like the best route to go. But, the Kendrick performance was pretty good. When they had the Snoop Dogg, Dre, Eminem, 50 Cent, Mary J. Blige, that one was pretty good. But again, I guess it really depends on what kind of music that you like the most. If you like pop, like the Taylor Swift type of vibe, if you like country, I think that, they could have went with like, if Kendrick didn't have this, kind of diss track album against Drake and it wasn't as big as it was, you could have had someone like Shabuzi, do country. And even though I don't listen to country, on a regular basis, I think it kind of suits, the Super Bowl a little bit better if you end up doing more like rock country. I think more people will, kind of enjoy that overall. But since you're in New Orleans, obviously the hip hop game is very strong there. And I know that Lil Wayne was upset, that he wasn't able to host. But again, if you haven't really come out with, and he is coming out with some new music here shortly, but if you were able to come out with some more music, maybe they would have been a closer, choice between, Kendrick, and Lil Wayne. But, again, if you're not coming out with music and you're not like in the top, 100 with your, songs and whatnot, they just can't put Lil Wayne in there just because of the New Orleans connection. I mean, I guess they could have, but, they want to be able to market. And, Kendrick was the right choice. But when we saw Shabuzi, do, was it like halftime show for like the Lions, and whatnot, I thought he did a good job. I thought that was a great performance for him. To be a brother and to kind of get into the country game. I mean, much better than Beyonce trying to be country and winning an award that she shouldn't have. That was an award that was kind of given to her. Like Shabuzi's stuff is like good enough to win an award and represent like country the right way. No one says Beyonce's country. I mean, my God. Well, I pray for Chiefs fans that they can get at least some points before the game is over. We obviously know it's over. It's pacing to be a 48-0 game, but you would assume the Chiefs, are going to find a way to get something, to go their way. But, I mean, if this is any indication in that first half, I mean, I don't even know if they're going to be able to get past 9 like they did with Tampa when we won 31-9. I mean, right now the Eagles look like they're bound to score. Even if they slow down the game and they run the ball with Saquon to bleed the clock, it's probably safe to say that, the Eagles will probably get to high 30s or 40s before this game is over. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Now we're at 20, Captain. We just got there. 10 more to get to 30. Let's go. Ooh, Next Level Chef. Can't wait for that. I love me some Next Level Chef. Gordon Ramsay is, that's must-see TV. And I finished True Blood. I still got Walking Dead that I, about halfway through that. But I decided to start the Blacklist from the very beginning. James Spader might be one of the best actors of all time. Like, his presence in that fucking show, and the action that's in that show, it's so well written. The action is just every single show. I don't think there's certain shows that are so easy to binge watch episode after episode, and then there's some shows where you can watch a couple episodes, you have to take a break, and then get back into it. But I'm already, I don't know how far along I am, but I've already watched like 9 episodes in like a day and a half of The Blacklist. It is so fucking good. Incredible. Raymond Reddington. Oh, Blacklist is so good. I mean, and it can be good for any age of any person. I like I said, if you like, crime, FBI, espionage, and being able to see like tactical geniuses do what they do. And the cast is amazing in that show as well. It's so fucking good. And again, I've watched it, all the way through, but that was one of those shows I was kind of hesitant on starting it because it's like 10 plus seasons. So if I start a show, I'm going to finish it. I'm not going to just watch a couple seasons and forget about it and start something else. So I knew it was kind of a commitment, and I was a little hesitant, because it's so many seasons, but man, it's good. It is so good. It's like I can just sit there and, hang out with Paisley and enjoy it. And man, it's great. Prayer Man in the building. What's good, brother? How are you enjoying this 24-0 lead? Yeah, I don't think you're going to have a 28-3 type of thing with, Tom Brady and the Falcons, because you got to think, even when they were down 28-3 and they were dinking and doinking, they had, obviously a better offensive line, a better defense. They had, obviously a quarterback that's a little bit more clutch, in Brady. So, again, even if you see the Chiefs come back a little bit, they're not winning this game. Good to see you, Prayer Man. Thank you for all of your support and your kind words over the years. Appreciate you very, very much. And again, this will be the first time that a team has played the same opponent, lost a Super Bowl, and then played him the second time around and might end up winning, and it looks like they will. Every other, team that has played a Super Bowl opponent and lost the first time, lost the second time as well. So this is going to be record breaking, for not only winning this game against the Chiefs, but, making history. Yeah, dink and doink your way back in the game, just like Brady did, 28-3. And I think like Brady is getting better, as being a color commentator, but the stuff that he is best at is like they had a Colin Cowherd one-on-one interview, and it kind of showed, him, kind of going over what his advantage was over everyone else at quarterback. And it was watching film and knowing exactly where to throw the ball at the right time and, being better on film than everyone else, in the league. And it's a really cool perspective to watch if you ended up watching that on Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter/X. But some of the best, Tom Brady interviews are interviews like that, where he's kind of in a, more of a kind of a laid back setting, and there's no pressure, nothing going on, just kind of talking about, how he approached things when he was playing. And, that's why, he's going to be up there, as one of the GOATs of all time. Facts. All right, baby. Chiefs going to get the ball. We'll see what Patrick Mahomes can do. Terrible first half for him. Jalen playing like money. And we'll see if that continues. And you need to get points here at some point. And like Pacheco and Kareem Hunt, are pretty good running backs, but they're not on that Saquon Barkley level, not even close. It's like at this point, the Chiefs would have needed like a Derrick Henry to kind of match, kind of the intensity and the physicality and whatnot. But again, the way that the offensive line is played, they're getting pushed around, and it's not getting pushed around by their worst offensive lineman, Taylor, even their best offensive lineman, Tooney, who's won championships with Brady in New England and on Kansas City. He's even getting pushed around. That's when you know things are not going your way. And they finally get Xavier Worthy there in the flat. You got to be able to get him in space. And again, screen passes, bubble screens, reverses, getting the ball to him quickly so that way he can attempt some yak yards. They failed to do that in that first half. And we'll see if the offense already looks a hell of a lot better than it did in the first 2 quarters so far. Mahomes, he's got to use his legs. And Mahomes goes down. 12 noon, time it is. Time for another sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And again, Mahomes cannot be, just kind of, hesitant. If you're going to run. You just can't kind of lollygag and, am I going to run? Am I going to throw a check down? No, you got to fucking run. You have to make the decision to go. Because otherwise, you're going to have more than 2 interceptions and a pick 6 before this game is over. I mean, you're pacing for 4 picks, and you already have 1 pick 6. You're lucky you didn't get another one. 2nd down and 11. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for another sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And again, we've seen elite teams play bad, but I don't think we've ever seen elite team like Kansas City, even though they barely won games, all the way at the end. And sometimes they had to win by, a penalty or a kind of a weird call at the end, but it definitely shows you player for player, they are outmatched. The offensive line and the defensive line is where games are won, not quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. And it shows you if you have a great O-line and a great D-line and you can cause that pressure, it doesn't matter if you got Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar, Burrow, or anybody back there. They're going to get fucking rocked. Mahomes running for his life. It reminds me kind of that Tampa Bay Buccaneer game. Same type of thing. Just running for his life. Decent run there for 8 yards. A lot of running for just 8. 4th down and 9 at the KC 45. Oh, yeah, I'm a defensive guy for life. Again, and I think they like to shove offense, down our throats, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. But real OG football heads understand, if your O-line and D-line aren't good, it doesn't matter who you have. Even if you have a guy that can run away from everyone, at some point, these defensive, ends, D tackles, linebackers, they're going to get to you. Regardless if it's Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, you can make a guy that's elite look very, very average or below average or terrible. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, but Vic Fangio on Denver's 0 for 7 against Kansas City, so not the same. Let me take a quick look. I don't think so. Usually people will mention to me if they did donate on that particular app. No, but we don't got anything on there yet, but hopefully we'll have some there before the game is over. It's like finally, the Chiefs got caught. Like they didn't get caught all year. You got to remember, they went 15-2. They never got caught, and then now they finally got caught on the biggest stage where, they were able to kind of mask the flaws of maybe the O-line and the D-line, and being able to still, find ways to, put up enough points to keep the games close. But, there's nothing that the refs can do at this point to help the Chiefs come back and win if there was a conspiracy. I mean, because again, it's like, what are you going to call? Are you going to call late hits on Mahomes? And how many of those would you have to call for them to come back in this game? 15? You would have to have 15 PIs, 15 late hits. There's just not enough time for that to happen. So defense wins games, defense wins championships. And again, this probably will go down as, again, top 2 worst Super Bowl besides, the Patriots-Rams Super Bowl that was low scoring. That one had defense, but that one was really boring. And again, I don't necessarily think this one has been like, it's not like the score is like 3-0, right now or something of that nature. It's just that I think a lot of us just wanted a close game either way. I mean, unless you're Eagles fans and, you don't care. You'll take a close win or a blowout. And honestly, if they could have a blowout, that would be best for them. So, Shabuzi. Shabuzi. Your boy mentioned him. Boom. 10 minutes later, commercial. Shabuzi. Kevin Costner. Now, they must have took that film before the game started, because in Monterrey, Mexico, they had everyone jumping up and down as Chiefs fans. Nobody is jumping up and down and excited if you're watching it in goddamn Mexico and you're down 24-0. Obviously, all of those were pre-taped. Oh, my God. Imagine spending $5,658 to watch your team lose 24-0. Golly. Jalen, screen pass. Saquon Barkley. And hopefully we don't get the, like the kind of like Madden curse, or, when you end up having an elite player that's great, and then obviously Saquon ends up getting injured next year and is out for the whole year. Hopefully he can have back-to-back, great seasons for Philadelphia. Shotgun set, handoff up the middle. Saquon kind of trips over himself. 3rd down and 5 at the Philly 25. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Hurts got the message. He's like, you know what? I got to use my legs. Mahomes didn't get the memo. I'll use my legs. I'll show you how I use them. Pressure on the edge. Hurts, see you later. The 30, the 40, sliding in. Man, this is embarrassing. I feel bad for the Chiefs fans. I mean, it's one thing to lose, but to lose like this, golly. I mean, this kind of reminds me of when Oregon played Ohio State. The shit was already over in the first quarter, second quarter. There was nothing that was going to happen that we're going to, have a comeback. I mean, it gives me those same type of vibes. So, it leaves a lot to be desired when it's such lopsided like that. Hurts. Floater towards the end zone. Towards the sideline. Devontae Smith finally getting a catch there. Nice to see Devontae Smith getting something going. Yeah, but that one they were at home. So anytime you're at home, AFC, NFC championship game, home teams win 99% of the time. You don't get a road team that's winning in the AFC, NFC championship game that often. It's pretty rare. Saquon up the middle. 1st down, Eagles. But again, it's all, O-line, D-line. And again, it's like the Chiefs had probably the best defensive squad besides maybe Denver, in the playoffs overall. But obviously Denver being incredibly young with Knicks, they still need a little bit more at running back, O-line, wide receiver, tight end. But again, they had a great year. But again, neutral siding. This one is about to get even more out of hand. Jalen, halfback toss. But they definitely are getting rewarded for having the best offseason in the last 25 years, right? Saquon Barkley, Vic Fangio, Zach Bond, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. I mean, name 5 other pieces that have been more impactful than that out of any team in the NFL in an offseason. I dare you, because you can't. There hasn't been anything like this before. They already had an amazing team before those 5 pieces, right? And then you took those 5 pieces, added on to an elite team, and that's when you get a 24-0 game in the Super Bowl. It's just crazy. Saquon, best running back. Fangio, top 2, top 3 defensive coordinator. Bond, top linebacker. DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, top corners already as rookies. What? Hurts. Jalen, first down, Eagles. And they're about to score again. Oh, my. I mean, they're just toying with Kansas City at this point. And you got to think, the players aren't playing with the same type of intensity if the game was close. You can tell some of the Chief players gave up already. And if you gave up, you're dead. Oh, what a catch by Saquon. They're about to score again. Time for Saquon to get his first rushing touchdown in the Super Bowl right here. First down and goal at the KC4, even if they have to hand it off to him 3 times. This would be a good opportunity to get him in the end zone if they can. Obviously, a loss of 2 on that particular touch. Second and goal at the 6. Man, Odin, man. Chief came in here earlier and whatnot. And he said he'd rather get blown out than lose by 1, 2, or 3. But it definitely gives me vibes of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Super Bowl win over the Chiefs. Britt in the building. What's good? How are you? Missed you. Are you ready for Daytona 500 next weekend? I am. Napa know-how. Hope you're doing well. Miss you. Crazy. NFL, in college football, sometimes it's predictable and sometimes unpredictable, because I don't think there's anybody, even Eagles fans did not see this coming. They did not see 24-0. Oh, Daytona 500 next Sunday, 11:30. Chase Elliott is there. Oh, look at that guy. That's my guy. Napa know-how. Chase Elliott is there. 2020 NASCAR Cup champion. Let's get another one, Chase. Yeah, but that's a different quarterback, different team. There's 0% chance for a comeback here. Even when they were down 28-3, Brady didn't play like this. Again, the offensive line and the defensive line are much better in that 28-3 comeback, and they had better receivers and running backs at that time as well. New England never gave up. Kansas City, if you look at the body language of some of their players, especially on defense, they've given up. Not every player has given up, but now you got Chris Jones going down with an injury. That's the last thing that they need. Yeah, but goddamn well this one is over. There's only 5 minutes left in the third. There's no scenario on planet Earth that KC comes back. I mean, it'd actually be shocking if they can get past 10 at this point. They haven't really been able to do anything. I mean, besides when they played Tampa and lost 31-9, where Mahomes didn't even have a touchdown pass. And could this be the second Super Bowl where we don't get at least one touchdown pass out of Mahomes? But offense does not look good. Shows you how important that O-line and D-line is. Yeah, but it's more than just the Chiefs O-line too, Odin. It's that D-line not doing a good job. The defense needed to get to Jalen to make him uncomfortable, and It's all about O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, and the Eagles have won every statistical category. And again, the play calling was terrible in the first half. You barely got the ball to Pacheco and Hunt. You don't have anybody that can make plays on offense. Travis Kelce is a shell of himself. DeAndre Hopkins, Xavier Worthy are non-factors as well. It's like you got an early throw to Juju early on, but it's like, even if you had Rashee Rice and Tyreek, you still might not be able to come back, based on how the O-line and the D-line have been playing for Philly. So sometimes you just got to cut your losses, and sometimes you're able to win. You've won 3 championships and you're going to lose 2, but at least you ended up getting 3 championships, in this run. So. Yeah, but the thing is, even if Nagy wasn't there, Bieniemy wouldn't have been able to save this either, because you could have the best offensive coordinator in the NFL, and it's not going to make a difference. Because again, you can have a better play caller, but the bottom line is if you can't let Mahomes have time, again, he's running for his life, he's making bad decisions. So even if you have the best play caller in the NFL right now, he doesn't have time to go through the progressions to make the throws. Normally the Chiefs have 3, 3.5, 4, 5 seconds. Right now they have like 0.5 seconds or like a second, and that's not enough to be able to, go through, routes that take time to develop. He's not even able to go from first progression, second progression, third progression. He can't even go through the second and third. It's like the first progression, oh shit, I'm sacked, or oh shit, I'm getting chased. Like, it's a tough scenario. And then you got Chris Jones on the cart. That's terrible. Uh-oh, non-contact injury. That's not good. Hopefully that's not like an Achilles or something. 3rd and goal. Hurts passing complete to Devontae Smith. 4th and goal. And again, if Nagy, even though a lot of us don't think he's that good, obviously if he was terrible, you wouldn't have gotten to 15-2. So, but again, definitely changes need to be made. If anything, you got to beef up the O-line and the D-line, rather than worrying about the coordinator. Better offensive line, better defensive line, better results. False start. Field goal is up and good. 27-0 Eagles. It depends on what kind of music you listen to. If you like country or you like rock, then that's not going to appeal to you. Neither did Snoop and Dre and Eminem and 50 Cent and Mary J. Blige. It all really depends on, what type of music you like. Again, if you ended up having a pop star out there, it would have been worse. So, I typically think Super Bowl halftime shows should usually be rock. And even though I don't really personally like country, I think Shabuzi would have done a better job than a lot of other people and whatnot if they would have given him the platform. But again, it's never going to be like it was when like Michael Jackson did it, or a lot of the OG performances back in like the 80s and 90s when it was actually good. Nowadays it's more of a kind of a culture vulture type of thing. It's like whoever is popular at the moment that they're going to do it, because obviously if Kendrick wasn't beefing with Drake, maybe we would have had Lil Wayne, but he didn't really put out any new music. So they obviously couldn't justify putting him being from Nolans. But I don't know, most halftime shows don't really live up, to people's standards and whatnot. But with that being said, the halftime show was probably the most entertaining thing up to that point, unless you're talking about the Eagle scores. So I mean, he went through some of his new stuff and his old stuff. I mean, I didn't think it was too bad. I mean, but it really depends on if you like Kendrick or not. Paisley was here, but then decided that she didn't want to watch 27-0. And again, it's cool for, the Eagles to be able to make history, after losing a Super Bowl to the Chiefs. No team that has lost their first Super Bowl against opponent has ever won. The other three teams all lost. So, the Eagles are doing something. But again, they had the best offseason out of any team that I think I've ever seen in my life, right? Saquon Barkley, you pick him up, number one running back in the NFL, essentially the MVP. Could have won NFL MVP and Offensive Player of the Year, if we're really being honest, right? Vic Fangio, top coordinator in the league, top 2, top 3. Zach Bond, special teams player for the Saints, turns into an all-pro for the Eagles, and then you end up drafting 2 corners that are rookies, and they both pan out, Quinyon Mitchell, and then even Cooper DeJean gets a pick 6. So, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a team, literally hit on every single move that they made. And it's just crazy. And then on top of that, they already had an amazing team. And then you go from an amazing team, you bring in those pieces, and then this is the result that you get, 27-0 in the Super Bowl. But I don't know. If you go back and look at a lot of the halftime shows from back in the day, a lot of them were, a little bit more electric. But like I said, everyone's got different taste. Whether you like hip hop or you like country or rock or pop music, you're never going to make everyone happy. Oh, but one thing that KC fans, they're already depressed right now. But again, if they can at least get on the board, I'm not sure if they're going to even be able to get to 9. And that was the 31-9 score when they played Tampa. But this game reminds me of that Tampa game. We normally don't see KC look so vulnerable, especially being 15-2 in the regular season and, kind of mopping the floor with a bunch of teams in the AFC that have elite quarterbacks, Burrow, Lamar, Josh Allen, right? But they have no D. And again, they finally found a team that's got a defense and, just as good as theirs, if not better, which it is better. And D-Hop finally getting a catch. But again, 27-0, wild. Ryan in the building. What's good, bro? Yeah, but again, even if the offensive line has been a question mark, again, you're 15-2. If the offensive line was terrible, they wouldn't have been able to get to 15-2. They would have been 10-7 or 11-6. So, the only shitty piece on that offensive line is Taylor on the right side. Everyone else was pretty solid for a majority of the year. But again, Eagles, based off position groups, are better on almost every phase of the game. D-line, linebackers, corners, safeties. Obviously quarterback, Jalen was better than Pat. They have better receivers. The only thing that they have better might be tight end. But again, it's not like Kelsey is, the same player as he was. Goddard isn't that far behind, based on the play of this year. So really, there's not a whole lot that KC that can say is better, than Philadelphia this year. Holding on the offense. And again, Mahomes running for his life. I mean, that's really the only thing that he can do. You can't count on anybody else doing anything, so you got to do it with your legs. But a lot of holds there. But at least for all the conspiracy theorists, that can kind of go away now, trying to win the game for KC and whatnot. So even though it kind of felt like that was some favoritism during the regular season, but how do you overcome that? You have such a big lead that the refs cannot dictate the outcome. where the game is within 7 points or less, and they call a flag here, PI there, whatever they decide to do. But when you're up 27-0, there's no amount of flags that are going to be able to come out between now and the end of the game that are going to get the game to be tied at 27-27. So that's how you do it. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of calls that have been missed on holding on the offensive line for both teams. Mahomes, Travis Kelce, too little, too late. And I said this at the beginning of the year, and I don't know if a lot of people really understood, but Patrick Mahomes, we might have already seen the best of Patrick Mahomes that we're ever going to see. We're probably never going to see Patrick Mahomes throw for, 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns. Again, they had Tyreek, back in the day, and it just doesn't feel like Mahomes is going to get better. It feels like the best of what we have seen out of Mahomes is in the past, and he's kind of on a decline. And he's still good enough, you would assume, if they get the right pieces around, almost intercepted again, but it kind of feels like, maybe, I don't want to say this is the beginning of the end of Mahomes, but I think the best years of Mahomes may have been behind him. And, again, based on how he's played last year and this year, it seems like he's kind of, and obviously the offensive line isn't ideal with Taylor on the right side. Nagy is a shitty offensive coordinator. They don't have a consistent running back and wide receivers that are good enough, and I don't know. It just kind of feels like, he's like an elite game manager now. He's not like, oh my God, this, it's like we don't really pick him in fantasy anymore. And there's a reason, because we can't really count on him with his legs or with his arm or with his decision making. So, again, Chiefs fans have to be happy that you ended up getting your 3 Super Bowls, but you got 3 wins and you're going to end up having 2 losses. But it just kind of feels like Kelce is a shell of himself. Mahomes, like Andy Reid and Spags, are still top tier. Chris Jones getting a little older. Now he's getting hurt. Like, again, and the only way that you were really going to get past them, is like if the Bills and the Ravens and, the Bengals and all these other teams that have elite quarterbacks like Burrow and Lamar and Allen, once they get a defense, they can get past this Chiefs juggernaut. They just haven't been able to do it yet. But as soon as one of those teams, has a good D, we're going to see other teams in the Super Bowl not named the Chiefs. But this is a little wild. 27-0 Eagles. Yeah. But again, if Rashee Rice was there, it's a little bit different of a story, you would assume. But again, if the offensive line doesn't give you protection, hell, they could still have Tyreek and Rashee Rice playing in this game and still not be able to do anything. I mean, we've seen a lot of games where, Tua doesn't have any time and looks terrible, right? But then we've also seen the offensive line play okay, and then all of a sudden Jalen Waddle and Tyreek look like the best receivers in the league when they have time, and Tua throws for like 400 yards, right? But again, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, and Eagles have been dominant from the very start. But again, I said this last year, and I said it at the beginning of this year, it definitely feels like Mahomes' prime has passed, and you're not going to see the same player ever again. Even if they end up getting a Tyreek type of talent again, if they can't improve this offensive line or the D-line, it may not matter. But it just kind of feels like they got the most out of him when they did, and there's still a possibility if they build the team enough that they can still end up winning another Super Bowl, before the Mahomes era is over. Of course, Chiefs fans are hoping that they can win at least 1 or 2 more in the next 5 to 10 years. But, other teams are catching up. Josh Allen is getting closer. And again, you just need to have a defense. You needed a defense and a running back. You got James Cook. Defense still stinks. Lamar needs a D. Allen needs a D. Burrow needs a D. And eventually when those defenses come, we're going to see other opponents playing teams like the Eagles. Touchdown, Eagles. Jalen to Devontae Smith. This is embarrassing. Oh, my. Jalen. Bang! I mean, again, and the secondary isn't good for the Chiefs either, right? They got McDuffie, right? But again, if you look at the Eagles, better D-line, better linebacking core, better corners, better safety, and you could argue better defensive coordinator. 33-0. Wow, wow, wow. This might go down as like the worst Super Bowl ever. I mean, obviously that would have maybe been Patriots Rams just because it was low scoring, but again, a blowout like this. I mean, are we even going to get any points for the Chiefs? This is embarrassing. 15-2. You're 15-2. Mahomes, is going to have a good legacy, but he is no Tom Brady. Tom Brady is going to go down as the best quarterback ever, based on his film study and, being able to know where his team is going to be, where his opponents are going to be, being able to watch that film and break down, defenses. Mahomes, early on, it looked like maybe that would be the only player to catch him, and whatnot. And again, they've won 3. They lost to the Buccaneers. Now they're going to lose to the Eagles. There's still a chance for Mahomes, maybe, if they're lucky, to get 1 or 2 more, maybe, but you're not going to ever catch Tom Brady, period. And it's been over. This is just like Ohio State, Oregon, where, you already knew it was over in the first quarter. Largest since Super Bowl XLVIII, when the Seahawks led the Broncos by 35. Yeah, but again, no one predicted 34-0, But I guess that's, Chiefs kind of getting catered to by the refs all season, and then it comes to the Super Bowl, and then the complete opposite happens. But again, the only way the refs can dictate an outcome if the game is close. You can't do anything when the score is 34-0. Ryan with a $5. Appreciate you. Haven't even got past midfield. Terrible. Ryan with a $5. Let me know what you want to do for a photo. You got a Celtic player that you want? Let me know, and I got you. Bang, bang, bang. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, little cactus jack. Bang, bang. Appreciate you, Ryan. Well, again, they definitely need to be drafting an elite tight end. We're trying to get another tight end because, maybe run a double tight end set with Kelsey and like a Mark Andrews type, where they have 2. But again, if you don't improve the offensive line, the defensive line, the offensive coordinator, and the secondary, Xavier Worthy finally getting past the 50. Oh my God. Might as well just give him 7 points for a catch. First down, Chiefs. But obviously Mahomes' legacy is going to be looked at a different way when you compare how he looked against Tampa, 31-9, no touchdown passes, how he looked today. All the comparison talk with Brady should be over with now. Again, Brady went to 10, won 7, and the loss to the Giants twice, lost to the Eagles, but never looked like this. Yeah, but again, the difference between the Patriots 28-3 and then the Kansas City Chiefs being down 34-0 is that half of the offense and half of the defense is already given up. You can tell with their body language and the shoulder shrugs, Good tackle there by the Eagles. And again, the way that they were able to come back with Brady is that he made everyone believe, that we're going to dink and doink and we're going to find a way to come back, and again, Mahomes doesn't have that same effect as a Tom Brady. Like I said, he's been looking like a game manager the last 2 years, and I don't really think you were ever going to see the elite Mahomes ever again. I think he had a great run, but I think that this is the decline that we're starting to see. I mean, unless they can rebuild the whole entire offensive line and get better weapons on offense, and a better offensive coordinator, but that has yet to be determined. But again, Kelsey is old. Nagy is terrible. Offensive line is terrible. You gotta figure it out. Yeah, I don't know. Kyle Pitts drops a lot of footballs, though. He has a lot of potential coming out of Florida, but I mean, Michael Penix Jr., I think will use him, and we're going to see more out of Pitts than ever with Penix being quarterback instead of Kirk Cousins. But, that'll be Penix's check down guy. So, Chiefs don't need a Pitts. They need someone better than that. What the Chiefs need is a fucking Brock Bowers. That's what the fucking Chiefs need, a brand new Travis Kelce. Someone that's young and athletic that can give you yak yards, that is tough. Obviously Andrews and Kittle and Kelce are getting old, and it's time for some new blood. And, that's what KC needs. Elite talent. They just don't have it. Another hold there on the Chiefs. Mahomes. Touchdown, Chiefs. Xavier Worthy. Did that really happen? Wow. There you go, Mahomes. Two-point conversion, Mahomes. Incomplete. Terrible decision. But even if it ended up being the Bills or the Ravens, you might be able to put up a little bit more than what Kansas City did, but you're not winning this game, based on all those moves that Philly made. Again, the best offseason probably in NFL history. Like, not just in the last 20, 25 years, probably the best offseason out of any team ever. I mean, they bring in Saquon Barkley, number one running back, MVP, right? You bring in Vic Fangio. We already had a very respected career, right? And people remember him from Denver. Turns himself into a top 2, top 3, defensive coordinator, right? You end up getting Zach Bond, that was treated like trash in Nolans and special teams, turns into an all-pro at linebacker, a position that they really needed. And then you draft 2 corners, which nobody does, and they both pan out. And then you get the only white corner, and in the whole entire NFL, and he's playing just as good, if not better than all the brothers that are his competition. I mean, everything, you check off all the boxes. I mean, I've never seen an offseason like this. And then on top of that, they already have Jalen. They already have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Jalen Carter. I mean, they already have an amazing team, but then you just filled in the gaps or any of those places where you were weak. Linebacker, Zach Bond, corner, obviously getting, the 2 rookies there. Better defensive coordinator. Saquon, best running back. Man, unbelievable. Yeah, and again, he's getting better. This is his first season. When he first was kind of doing the color, he was, kind of off cadence, loud when he didn't need to be loud. Sometimes you just got to be able to have, repetitions, with Burkhardt. And I think as he, has more practice, he'll get better and better. I think the best is when you see Brady interview, when he's interviewing and talking about football, that's when you get the best version of him. But again, I think that he will get better and better as the years go on. End of the third quarter, 34-6 Eagles. What do you want to do for photos? Anything that you want to be able to see? Tatum. Yeah, but also too, that's not correct. Also too, Matt, because if he was such a terrible, coordinator, how the hell did they get to 15-2 and make the Super Bowl? You don't get to 15-2 if you're terrible. Obviously, he's not liked, right? But again, they were able to get all the way to this point before they got stomped. So. But barely skating by, finally came back to bite them. You finally found a team that was better you in every facet of the game, and then you got exposed. It doesn't happen often. I mean, the last time that we saw something like this was the Buccaneers and the Chiefs. But again, in this long run of success that Kansas City had, I mean, we've only seen this happen to them. This is only the second time, so it's not like this is a regular thing. And hopefully we'll end up getting a Cavaliers Celtics Eastern Conference final, and we'll get OKC versus who? I don't know. We'll find out. Appreciate you, bro. And honestly, that would be the probably most entertaining Eastern Conference Finals that we could have if we did have Cavs and the Celtics, and then OKC versus, it may not matter, since the Thunder are so good this year. Yeah, but I mean, again, I watch a lot of film, and not just on my team. I watch every single team as if they were mine. So it's like, I'm reading articles, I'm going to team websites, I'm watching film. I'm watching more than probably anybody on YouTube that has a show. I've really put in a lot of effort and energy, to be able to watch things myself, not just read an article and take what someone else said and then make that my own opinion. And it definitely feels, again, we're going to have to see if the offensive line gets better players, and then they have, guys like Rashee Rice, which is heavily missed here today. You need better receivers, a better younger tight end, but primarily you need better O-line and D-line. And just for the simple fact, if their O-line and D-line were better, maybe the game is 34-21 right now instead of 34-6. Facts. Saquon down the sideline. What's good, bro? Congratulations. Oh, Fat Lady has been singing since the first quarter, just like when the Buckeyes beat the crap out of my Ducks, scoring 28 in the first. It was already over in the first quarter, second quarter. I mean, when it's 24-0 at half, it's over. And you also got to think, too, in the regular season, the Chiefs didn't really blow out anybody. Every game was kind of won in the last possession, the last quote-unquote, questionable flag, or getting catered to by the refs. Like, they didn't really blow out anyone. They were barely skated by, like, every single week. So, again, when you end up playing a juggernaut like this, and, you already had a great team going in, and then you end up getting Fangio and Saquon and Cooper DeJean and Zach Bond, and, you're filling in all the gaps. I mean, it's a super team. And I remember when the Eagles tried to make a super team with like LaShawn McCoy and Deshaun Jackson back in the day, they had a lot of holes. This team doesn't have any. Yeah, exactly. And again, when they have home field advantage, you can feed off the crowd when you're not playing well, right? Philly can feed off their drunk fans. KC can feed off their drunk, passionate fans at Arrowhead or in Philly. But when you're in neutral ground and your team is mismatched, this is the type of shit that happens. Because if this was in KC, eventually the crowd would have been able to kind of hype them up and get some Uncle Mo to go their way, but they don't have the fans there. You just got a bunch of rich people there, so the vibe is completely different. But really, the only way that the refs can't dictate an outcome is a blowout, and that's what we have here. Shotgun set. Hurts. Scrambling to the right. Look at the speed. First down, Eagles. Nice job, Jalen. But again, sometimes we have disappointing Super Bowls and disappointing natties, disappointing AFC, NFC championship games. And again, this year is like, just like the rest, just because, it's the final game doesn't mean it's going to be the best game. Most of the time, the Super Bowl disappoints, and the AFC, NFC championship game usually is better. I just wish that, regardless, I could really care less who wins, Eagles or Chiefs, but I just wanted the game to be close, competitive. Definitely wasn't that today. Hand off to Saquon. Nice job by Jalen there. Most all time by rushing yards by a QB. And this might be not the last time that we see this team in the Super Bowl. Finally, the Chiefs make a play on Hurts. A little, too late. I got to experience a big win, 31-9 with my Bucks and whatnot. So I'm the only team up to this point that has been able to, bring down King Mahomes. And now we have a second team that has finally done it in a similar type of fashion. Third down. And just going to Saquon to try to bleed the clock here. Yeah, there was a lot of reports that came out, though, too, that Wentz wasn't a good teammate, that he would call plays, and change them on his own and whatnot. Obviously he had an MVP type of year just like Carr did, but then when you have a late season ending injury with a couple weeks to go, sometimes that changes kind of the perspective and the outcome of your rest of your career and whatnot. So. And really the main thing is Jalen is a good dude, overall, he's got the work ethic, the smarts, and the intensity to, keep going. And again, the way that he was brought up, with Carson Wentz, there was a lot of question marks, about his methods to his training and being committed to the team and not being a me player, being a team player. So everything worked out. Kick is up by Jake Elliott, and it's good. But yeah, now we have a couple Super Bowls that will be remembered as blowout. Seahawks against the Broncos, Tampa Bay versus the Chiefs a couple years ago, 31-9. And now you're having another one here, 37-6 Eagles. But the one thing that the Eagles weren't able to do is hold Mahomes to no touchdowns. And that's one thing that Tampa was able to do. So Eagles defense is great, but at least Tampa was able to hold them to 0. And I'll probably be the only team that will ever hold Mahomes to a 0. I mean, considering if they get back, again, if we can ever get a defense for the Bills, the Ravens, the Bengals, and anyone else that's got an elite quarterback, once those teams get a D, you're probably not going to see the Chiefs as often, in this position. So kind of feels like, their best days are kind of behind them, but we'll find out. If they improve the offensive line, improve the offensive coordinator, improve the D-line, improve the secondary, get a Brock Bowers type, to obviously take over for Kelsey. Yeah, maybe. Maybe if all of those things happen, maybe the Chiefs can be like they were early in their run. But it definitely feels like Mahomes is kind of a game manager now, and I don't know if he'll ever be the same quarterback as he was in years past. Doesn't seem like it. But again, if that's the case, hell, they won 3 Super Bowls, Judah in the building. I was talking about you a couple days ago. I was thinking, I'm starting to do the Blazers and a little bit more NBA and whatnot, and I felt that you were going to be coming in to come through at some point. Good to see you, Judah. Yeah, but again, I guess, a blowout is better than losing by 1, 2, or 3, like Chief Will Chief said. I mean, it's like my Ducks, losing to the Buckeyes. I actually had more pain losing to Washington by 3 2 years in a row, or 2 games, in that season, losing by 3 and then losing by 3 in the, Pac-12 championship. And then, Washington advancing. Those losses hit me harder than, this Buckeyes loss when we played in the playoffs, being 13-0, only undefeated team. And then the Buckeyes come in there and punch me in the mouth, and we're down 28-0 in the first quarter. I think that when you get blown out, like, it sucks, but it doesn't hurt as bad when you lose by 1, 2, or 3. Because when you lose by 1, 2, or 3, you feel like, oh, fuck, we could have won. But when you're down by 31, it was already over in the second quarter. So a little different perspective to kind of look at and whatnot. Yeah, nice job, man. Congrats. Yeah, I mean, I wish we could have won yesterday. We had a shitty fourth quarter, but, winning, 9 out of 10. We were trying to win 10 out of 11. But, again, it's, we've been getting pretty good results, and I'm able to show my skill set that I can call NBA games easily, just like when I do with NFL or college football or MLB. And, again, it gives us some filler content until we get into baseball season. So, what's good? Missed you, bro. Yeah, 3 rings, three wins, 2 losses. Look at that, 2 interceptions, 5 sacks, 3rd down, only 1 for 9 for the Chiefs, and you have a pick 6 with a rookie. Mahomes, you got another pick in store. Oh, fumble. Jesus Christ. Shows you how important O-line, D-line, defense coaching, and play calling is. If your O-line and D-line aren't good, it don't matter who your quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end are. And this is a great example of it. Same thing with the Tampa game. You can have famous names, but you ain't doing shit. It's like you got a bunch of Lambos and Ferraris parked in front of your garage with no gasoline. And the gasoline is that O-line and that D-line, whether it's diesel or premium. You got to have gas. There isn't any. Tough. I've been doing a lot of Blazer games lately, but I'm doing one tomorrow. We play the Nuggets on the road, which probably will be a loss, unfortunately. And then we play the Nuggets again on Wednesday in Denver. I don't know who came up with that fucking schedule, but I will be doing Nuggets Blazers tomorrow and watching Monday Night Raw. And then we'll be doing Nuggets Blazers on Wednesday as well. But I'm going to try to do as many Blazer games as long as they're playing competitive hoops. No, Kellen Moore already took the job for Nolans. I mean, they haven't signed all the deals out, but it's done. Kellen Moore will be the got hit in the face there. But Kellen Moore will be the offensive new coach for Nolans. But again, I'm a little skeptical if that's going to work out. But again, it can't be any worse than Dennis Allen or Rizzi. So again, that's an improvement from what they have. But to me, he's more of a coordinator, not a head coach. But we'll see who he brings in on his staff. And hopefully they can have a good staff around him to help him out with some of the leadership. sack lunch after sack lunch after sack lunch. And again, a little humbling, for the Chiefs fans, the whole Taylor Swift, shit that's going on. Like I said, again, it's not going to be easy. You're not, even if the refs kind of dictated some of these weird outcomes and finishes in the regular season, again, if you have a big lead and you're dominant up front, O-line and D-line, there's nothing the refs can do to sway the game differently. Saquon. But again, if you're the Chiefs right now, you're not going to be as mad if, you end up losing the game 37-34, But definitely very similar to the 31-9 game where Tampa with Brady ended up beating the Chiefs. But again, if you're a Chief fan, you won 3. You know how many teams would just be drooling to win 3? There's a lot of teams that are out there that haven't even won fucking 1. So again, to have Andy Reid and Spags, Mahomes, Kelsey, and Chris Jones, like, that's special. But again, Father Time is undefeated and it never lasts forever. Good D there by the Chiefs. Zay in the building. What's good? We're at 47, 53 to go. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. We need 3 more likes to get to 30. If you're in the room and haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Now we're at 29. 1 more to get to 30. But I think this will be a good, off season for the Chiefs to be able to look at themselves in the mirror and think that, we went 15-2 in the regular season, but we skated by all year. If you're going to be able to match up to a powerhouse in the future like the Eagles, again, you have to be more prepared. You have to have better players. So obviously hitting the draft and free agency for O-line, D-line, secondary, maybe someone better than Nagy on top of that. There's definitely holes that need to be filled, but D-line needs to be better for the Chiefs. Linebacking core needs to be better. Secondary needs to be better. Offensive coordinator needs to be better. O-line needs to be better. And that's from a team that's 15-2. Think about that. That's a lot of fucking holes to fill when you're 15-2. And again, if you played a different team, not Philly, like if you played the Commanders, you think the game is 37-6 Commanders? Fuck no. Again, and even though the Commanders O-line and their defense kind of overachieved, sometimes this is just the harsh reality. I had to deal with it when Oregon got their ass kicked by Ohio State, but I did know that once we lost that game, I knew for a fact that the Buckeyes were going to go all the way. You could just tell, they had more NFL-type players, very well coached, and Chip Kelly was the X factor. And we'll see what Chip does for the Raiders, but you got to be able to have elite pieces, playing elite ball at that time. 3rd down and 5. Jalen. And it shows you, like, Jalen never has to be the hero. He's learned that he can end up being the elite game manager, where he doesn't have to throw for more than 250 yards. He can throw for 2 touchdowns and a pick and still win. Like I said at the beginning of the show, you got the best running back in the league, even better than Derrick Henry. You use him, and then eventually the Goddard, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, or Jalen with his legs will happen naturally. You don't have to force it. And everything that they've done has been beautiful. Nothing forced, just letting the players show how good they are. And again, best offseason out of any team in NFL history. And they end up getting a ring out of it here in 2024, 2025. Yeah, Eagles don't really miss, in the draft. I mean, there's certain teams that don't really miss. Tampa doesn't really miss. Philly doesn't miss. And again, if you don't miss in the draft, it shows you how good you can really get. But it also depends on the culture and the vibe that you created before you brought in, the players that you did. Again, it's like, if you have a bad culture, maybe Cooper DeJean isn't as good as he is, if he goes to a different team, Saquon goes to a team that doesn't have an offensive line. He doesn't get close to 2,000 yards. Maybe it's closer to 1,000 to 1,500. So, everything happens for a reason. But again, it's all about the players that you already have in place, right? And then adding to that. And no one has had a better offseason than Philly. Jake Elliott, kick is up and good. 40-6, Philly. I mean, we've seen Kansas City have the highs of the highs and the lows of the lows. There's no in between, right? There hasn't really been a loss of, a little bit. It's either they win, or they get blown out. There is no in between. Yeah, but Saquon Barkley, even though I know they would love to be able to get him, a touchdown in the Super Bowl, and I imagine that would be like a dream of his as well, just like Jahan Dotson not being able to get that touchdown. But again, the way that the Eagles win, right, less than 250 yards passing or around that number, and that's exactly what they get. 17 for 22, 221 yards. You don't got to force it. An early pick, but then they learned from that. 2 touchdowns, 1 pick early on. They didn't make the same mistake twice. Jalen Hurts also giving you 11 carries for 72 yards, the most in NFL history, and a tutty on the ground. Jalen and Mahomes are on different levels, and again, shows you how important certain position groups really are. Saquon, 25 carries, 57 yards, and also 6 receptions for 40. So almost 100 yards combined, but just not in the end zone. Yeah. And obviously losses sting. I've been there with you, man. But again, at least you can say that you got 3 championships. And even if the Chiefs never win a championship ever again, no one can take away the 3 championships that you can cherish, besides the one with Len Dawson way back in the day. It just shows you this is what you need to improve on if the same situation happens again. If you end up playing the Eagles again and you want a different outcome, you have to look at all of the pieces that need to be improved, and there's quite a few. Definitely need a better running back than Pacheco and Hunt. Better offensive line, got to replace Taylor and a few others. All right, defense needs to be mass improved. Secondary is a liability. Even with, even if L'Jarius Sneed was still there, there's still a liability. Like McDuffie is pretty good, but you need better players. Yeah, well, Chiefs putting effort to stop Barkley. They're a better run defense team compared to pass defense. So it's I don't think it's really putting up so much effort stopping Barkley. Nobody can really stop him. You can slow him down. But again, you're a liability in your secondary. So again, it doesn't matter if it's Jalen or if it was if it was Jaden Daniels, he still would have been able to kind of pick apart the secondary for KC also. Again, it's just all about, can you get to the quarterback to make him uncomfortable? And unfortunately, KC was not able to break through, and they weren't able to make Jalen uncomfortable the whole game, and this is the result. But you're not getting Travis Kelce retired. You're not having him propose to Taylor Swift, so don't got to worry about that. 40-6, Eagles. All right, Chiefs, for pride, can you get at least a field goal or a touchdown? Can you match the number that you had against Tampa and at least get to 9? Or can you surpass that and get to 13? Obviously, a Mahomes to Kelce touchdown would be nice, but I'm not sure if we're going to get it. Yeah, and like you said, Chief, it's better to get blown out than to lose by 1, 2, or 3, because then you actually feel that you could have won the game, if you played better. One more first down, one more deflection on defense, maybe we could have won. But when you get blown out like this, just like Oregon did to Ohio State, what can you say? I got more butthurt, losing to UW twice by 3. That shit fucking stung for me, but when I got blown out, it was 28-0. It was like 31-8 at half. There was no comeback for Oregon, and there's no comeback here for KC. It's just a part of us being sports fans, right? Sometimes we can enjoy the dubs, but sometimes the losses, they fucking suck. But you got to give credit to the other side. There's a reason why Philly ended up winning. Shotgun set for Mahomes. A little check down to Kelsey. Kelsey looks super slow. Looks like he runs the 40 in 10 seconds. Golly, what happened? Spending too much time with Taylor and not fucking focusing on the playbook. Come on. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, Chiefs fans handle things a little bit different than Eagle fans. If Eagle fans win, they beat the shit out of the other people. When they lose, they beat the shit out of the people. Like, it don't matter, you know? Like, there's certain fan bases that have a little bit more class. And again, you know, there's going to be some humble and good fans of Philadelphia, you know, but the difference is if the Chiefs, you know, win or lose, they'll be like, good game. You know, I think that we have a chance, you know, but then if you say, what's the score going to be? You know, maybe the Chiefs go, oh, you know, 37-34, something like that. But if you ask an Eagle fan, they'll say, oh, we're going to win 100-0 or, you know, something unrealistic. And then we're going to beat the shit out of them after the game's over, you know. There's a reason why, you know, Philly fans are kind of frowned upon. You don't really get that at a KC. Really, a lot of the dislike there is kind of Taylor Swift and the referees, really. Not really necessarily against the players themselves or the coaches, besides maybe Nagy. I mean, you're not losing on purpose if the O-line and D-line are terrible. You know, again, the same situation happened at Tampa where, I mean, at least in this game, Mahomes threw a touchdown pass. And you couldn't even do that against Tampa with our elite defense. So, you know, nobody is going to lose on purpose, especially in the Super Bowl, being the first team to possibly three-peat legacy, you know. Going 4-1 in Super Bowls. I mean, that would have been, you know, giving you a thought that maybe he could catch Brady, maybe, or get close, you know. Offsides there on the Eagles. Free play by Mahomes. Intercepted again. God, he's terrible. He's on the decline, man. I'm telling you. And obviously that's going to come back, but I don't think you're going to see elite Mahomes ever again. You know, I think it started last year. You started to kind of see the decision-making and the decline. And I hope I'm wrong, and I hope we get elite Mahomes again, but I just don't see him throwing for 5,000, 50 touchdowns ever again. You know, I don't think you're going to see the same Mahomes player ever again, unfortunately. Lenny D in the building. What's good? Yeah, but they're definitely, you know, win or lose, you know, Philadelphia, the city will be gone by tomorrow morning. You know, hopefully we don't have people pass away, you know, climbing those poles and falling down 40 feet, 50 feet drunk, you know, and then they end up dying. So hopefully, you know, there's going to be cars flipped and, you know, businesses burned, a bunch of bullshit behavior. But, you know, that's just how it goes, I guess, there. Win or lose, they love to destroy everything. Handoff up the middle. You can't win a game when you only have 9 first downs for the whole game and 3 turnovers. Eagles 21 first downs, Chiefs 9. Chiefs 3 turnovers, including a pick 6. Eagles with 1 pick that didn't lead to anything. Big difference. There's Mahomes. Yeah, but again, there's no real reason to be disrespectful. What? Act like you've been there before, you know, instead of just trying to, you know, rub it in. Act like you've been there before. Act like a champion, like the Bucs. Act like you've been there before. You already did it with Nick Foles. You know, this was a, you know, team that was built differently. You know, but again, you know, if you ended up having arguably the best offseason in NFL history and didn't win, I mean, Saquon, Vic Fangio, Zach Bond, Quinyon Mitchell, on top of Cooper DeJean. I mean, there hasn't been a better offseason than that in NFL history. And you already had an elite team prior to that. So act like you've been there before. Yeah, Mahomes looking like fucking Jameis Winston. I mean, some good, but mostly bad. See if they can get into the end zone here to kind of stop the bleeding to a certain degree. I mean, you've already bled out in the first half. Little screen. Xavier Worthy, and it looks like the Eagles might just let them, come in. So at least they'll be able to get more points that they had against Tampa. They only had 9. They're pacing here for at least 13. And then obviously they'll be going for probably 2-point conversion to try to make it to 14. Yeah, Nick Wright is a douchebag, though. He's a delusional douche. So Mahomes, wide open, touchdown, and there's a flag on the play. And again, for Hollywood Brown with the catch, but again, for all of the people that said, the refs are helping the Chiefs win every game, the refs haven't been on their side in this game. Not one bit. Like, how many calls have the Chiefs got to go in their favor today? 1? PI on the offense, where we've seen that on A.J. Brown now on Hollywood Brown. Interesting. They said, fuck your touchdown. Oh, he clipped him. Can't clip Reed Blankenship like that. Hit him with the fucking upper body like it's wrestling. Try to hit him with the WWE. Mahomes slow as shit out there. Him and Kelsey. Like, what happened in 2024, 2025? Mahomes and Kelsey look like they're goddamn like 40 out there. And not a good 40. Like old, slow. Obviously, we know Philadelphia is very fast, but the age is creeping up. I mean, we know Mahomes is younger than Kelsey, but just like, me being a Duck fan and losing to the Buckeyes, it fucking sucked, but, it's go Ducks till I die, just like it's go Chiefs Kingdom for you till you die. You just, touchdown Chiefs. D-Hop getting a touchdown, but a little too late, but at least you can add that to the resume. But again, it teaches you about life. It's not about when you win things, it's about when you lose. That builds character. Some people are immature and they don't know how to handle it. And others, over time will learn how to handle things better and will be motivated to be able to get back and to have a different result. So, anyone can be on your side when you're winning, and things are going good. But, character is being built when you lose and when shit goes against you, against, the norm. How do you react when shit is not going well? Mahomes, 2-point conversion, nobody fucking open. And then someone gets open late, but a flag. The flag party, Christ. $3 holla. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, a little cactus jack, bang, bang. I mean, it's one thing if the score is 40-37 and then you lose by 3, 2-point conversion is good. 40-14. $3 holla. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Little cactus jack. Bang, bang. Yeah. But also, too, instead of, just blaming the O-line, the D-line was terrible, too. You have to understand that. Because again, if you were able to get to Jalen Hurts, right, and get some sack lunches and some pressures, maybe the game right now is 40-30 or 40-28, not 40-14. So, you can say, Taylor and the O-line was bad, but the defensive line was equally just as bad. they didn't get to Jalen at all, and they have a pretty good defense. At least they did on paper. So again, it's more than just the O-line. The D-line failed you too, tremendously, and the defense, and the coaching, and the play calling. You know, if we're really being honest, you know, there's many phases of the game that failed. You know, other than just the O-line in Mahomes. Andy Reid's play calling, not good. Spags, not good. You know, and just getting, you know, kind of beat up on every level. But that's what happens. You learn, right? It's either you win or you get blown out. There is no in between for the Kansas City Chiefs. Onside kick. Did the Chiefs recover? Chanel with the onside. Yeah, but that was back in the day before there was really a whole lot of teams. Yeah, you know, you three-peated, you know, back in the early days with like Bart Starr, but again, less teams, you know, it wasn't the same type of league, you know. Like you can't take away anything from, you know, what happened, you know, before Super Bowl, after Super Bowl, and then creating the Lombardi and whatnot, but, you know. To me, the Bills making the Super Bowl 4 years in a row and not winning, that's more impressive to me than, you know, winning when there's only a few teams in the league and then you're the dominant team with the best coach at the time. You know, I mean, obviously it's great for the Packers back then, you know, but they only won one with Brett Favre and only one with Aaron Rodgers, so. Yellow Gatorade. Okie doke. And they got him. Got him. Yeah. I mean, I was hoping that what was more boring of a Super Bowl, be honest, this one or the Patriots beating the Rams like 13-9 or 13-10? Which one was more boring? I mean, we expected a hell of a lot more out of Kansas City today. Yeah, but, you know, it's not like I think Sirianni is an elite coach. He got bailed out by Fangio, you know, just like Chip Kelly, you know, bailed out Ryan Day, you know, because for a while we were thinking Sirianni and Ryan Day are going to get fired. But then the coordinators kind of saved their fucking jobs. Let's be honest. Chip Kelly saved Ryan Day's legacy for Ohio State. And Sirianni, you know, at one point or another was looking like we might have to replace this guy in a year or two. And then now, you know, you're probably going to get an extension. So it's always a team effort. Because you got to think, if the Eagles lose and the Buckeyes lose, what's the probability that they move on from Ryan Day or Sirianni a year or two after that? Pretty high. So, you know, obviously winning changes everything. Rams Patriots was much worse. Yeah, well, because the Saints would have went to that Super Bowl and they would have won. Yeah, so I hear you. Two-minute warning. Yeah. I think the problem with the Saints fan base and the Saints in general, the players and the coaches, they never got over it. And they were always, you know, looking at what happened to us last year. We got screwed. They never moved on. You know, and if they had the ability to move on, you know, maybe the Minneapolis Miracle doesn't happen. Maybe the, you know, push off with Kyle Rudolph doesn't happen, but they let, you know, obviously that eat at them, you know, but that was the best team that they, you know, had besides the Drew Brees, you know, Super Bowl team that beat the Colts, right? With Jeremy Shockey, that was the X factor, but I, you know, feel pretty strongly that it could have been pretty close, you know, with the New England because they had a good defense and, you know, with Brady, you know, he always has a chance to win, but I truly feel if the Saints and the Patriots would have played, that it would have been higher scoring for both teams, and I think the Saints would have won that. It may have. I don't think it would have been a blowout, but I think that they could have won by 3 to 10 points. You know, like a 30-20 Super Bowl, something like that. So. Yeah, but someone's got to hold it down for the NFC South. I mean, at least the Saints have one Super Bowl. I got two. Falcons, none. Panthers, none. So, we got those teams to get there. Matt Ryan, the 28-3, and we saw Cam Newton. But, again, it shows you have to have a full team. You just can't have a good offense and shaky defense. Got to have a total package. Lex Luger. Yeah. Yeah, but again, if you don't like hip-hop, Judah, that's why you're saying that. Again, just like if they had Taylor Swift up there, people that hate pop music would say this sucks, or if they put someone country up there like Shabuzi or someone else and you hate country, then you'd be like, this sucks. Or if you put in rock and you only like rap, you're going to say this sucks. So, I think a lot of the halftime shows are nowhere near like Michael Jackson status back when I was young, but again, I don't really think hip-hop is really the right answer for a halftime show, but being in New Orleans and, having a lot of hip-hop in that community kind of made sense. They could have went Lil Wayne or Kendrick, but again, I would rather listen to Kendrick than Taylor Swift at fucking halftime, if we're being honest. So, again, everyone is going to have, a feeling on what kind of music they like. No one is going to be happy overall, but I think, normally if you do country or rock for a halftime show, that would be better, but it depends on the artist. And again, not everyone is going to enjoy country or rock, or let alone pop or rap. You're not going to make everyone happy. It's all about making money, and putting the most popular person, that made waves that year, to be able to gain more momentum. So, like if Lil Wayne was still making music that was out, even though he's got something coming out, then maybe they would have chose him. But, everything is strategic. It's all about money and followers. Just like with the Taylor Swift shit in the NFL. It's all about money, followers. It's not just being, we're doing a nice thing for her or we're doing a nice thing for him. No, it's money. Pass incomplete. But again, the way that Philly beat this, put this team together, that should be a wake-up call, for a lot of the other teams if they're trying to build. Mahomes, Worthy, 50-yarder, touchdown, Chiefs. Wow. Now it doesn't look as bad. It's still a blowout, but to be able to get a long tutty like that, now that is the Mahomes that I remember. Like prime elite Mahomes with Tyreek Hill. I haven't seen Mahomes with a throw like that in years. Xavier Worthy, Patrick Mahomes. Now it doesn't look as bad. Imagine if 31-9 Tampa Bay Buccaneers, right? That was bad. But 40-20, yeah, it's still bad. But again, getting to 20 is a lot better than getting to 10 or 9. I think Paisley is outside of the room. Let me see if she's there. 2-point conversion. Mahomes. And they got it. DeAndre Hopkins, 40-22, Eagles. Oh. That's the best thing in the Super Bowl right there, Paisley Pup. But nice to be able to see Mahomes and at least the offense not fully give up. Because, I mean, if you would have told people that they would have been able to get to 22 when they were at 0 at half, no one would have believed you. And again, they probably got some backups in there and whatnot, but we're going to get a couple of kneel downs here. Yeah, but this may be true, but even if you had the best offensive coordinator, even if you had like a Ben Johnson, right, you still lose this game because the offensive line stinks. You know, again, it doesn't matter if you have the best offensive coordinator in the game. You know, if you don't have time for Mahomes, you know, you're not going to be able to get enough first downs and points to make it even a close matchup. So, but I do agree that Nagy is shit, you know, but again, even if you had the best OC, still, you weren't going to win this. It's going to be a learning experience, you know, on how to be able to beef up, you know, many areas. O-line, D-line, linebacking core, secondary. So pretty much the whole defense needs to be revamped. The O-line needs to be revamped. Better offensive coordinator as well. You know, and you need better running backs and wide receivers. You know, you got too many fucking, pieces that are just not relevant. Mahomes early in his career was kind of like Jordan, where he made everyone better. But now he's getting to a point where he's not the same player, where he can't make Noah Gray and Justin Watson, you know, someone. You know, he can't make those other guys like, you know, where they would be nobody anywhere else. But, you know, he's kind of declined. So, and it's not just the O-line, it's Mahomes himself with his decision-making in his arm. And obviously, Cooper DeJean and Saquon Barkley with a birthday today, and it's definitely a happy birthday for them. And for the Chiefs, you know, there's going to be an opportunity to, you know, still create a legacy, you know, and again, sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. And, you know, how many teams can say they've been to 5, you know, and you won 3? Could be worse. You could have won 2 and lost 3. Could have be like the Buffalo Bills and gone 4 times and lost all 4. So, you know, you just have to be thankful for the wins that were there and understanding when you play a team like Tampa or Philly, you're not going to win. Final score, Super Bowl LIX, Philadelphia Eagles 40, Kansas City Chiefs 22. Yeah, your right tackle is more of a need than the left. Taylor's garbage, and this is the first time that a team has played in a Super Bowl and lost against an opponent, right? And then won the second time around. Every other team that had that happen to them lost. So the Eagles are doing something that has never been done. You know, when you go to a Super Bowl and lose to an opponent, you typically lose again. And they were able to break that curse. Sirianni's like, man, I got my job saved by Fangio and Howie Roseman. Well, I was hoping for more of a competitive game. I'm not sure if it was good. I mean, this is one of the worst Super Bowls, I think, if I'm being honest. I mean, obviously, Patriots-Rams might have been the worst one, and then this one might have been number 2, you know, just being down 24-0. But the second half was better than the first half, not only for the Chiefs, but at least the Eagles were, you know, keeping it going. But to be down 24-0 and to lose 40-22, that at least shows me that the Chiefs, some of their players still had heart, you know, even though some of them gave up, and it showed. So, Amber with a $5. Appreciate you. Anything you want to see photo-wise before I go? Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, a little Cactus Jack. Anyone want to show some love for all the hard work that I put in the 2024-2025 season? We're at 55, 45 to go. And I kind of compare it to, you know, Oregon, you know, being down, you know, 31-8 at halftime. Same thing. We were down 28-0. you can't go down 24-0 or 28-0 and think that you're going to come back, even if you have a team that has showed a lot of grit and grind, throughout the year. I feel like this Chiefs loss is just like my Ducks loss, painful. But for me, it was even more painful because we were 13-0, only undefeated team. But again, we kind of got screwed based off the bracket, and Ohio State was the best team in college football, and they won it all. So Big Ten is king. All right, I got you. And this is good for, Jalen Hurts and his legacy as well. Mahomes already has 3. Jalen, you don't want to have him be 0-2 because the chances of them to try to win the third time around, who knows if that happens. But it's a pure definition of team. Offense, defense, special teams, coaching. They got themselves a winner. And I think Jalen, to me, is one of the class acts as far as quarterbacks, as far as being mature, and being a leader. He definitely would be one of my top choices in Tampa if he ever became available. Special type of player to go through a bunch of adversity like he did in college, getting benched, for Tua, and everything that he had to go through, and losing, obviously, the first time around by 3. That was a difficult time, for Philadelphia. And again, they never gave up. They had the best offseason, out of any team in NFL history, right? Saquon Barkley, Vic Fangio. You could add Kellen Moore to that list as well, right? Cooper DeJean, Zach Bond, Quinyon Mitchell. Special. You're probably never going to see anything like that ever again either. Best offseason that I've ever seen in any sport. Special. Great for his legacy. And we'll see if Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson can end up getting a Super Bowl before their careers are over. I would love to see that. Yeah, get his ass out of there. Not a good fit. No problem. Appreciate you. And tomorrow we will be live 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I believe. Let me see. Let me double check. I think it's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock on Monday and 6 o'clock on Wednesday. Monday Night Raw will be on at 5, but Blazers and Nuggets. Scoot, Anthony Simons, Jeremy Grant, Denny Advia, Shaden Sharp, DA, Tumani Kamara. I'll be live tomorrow at 6 o'clock Pacific for the Blazers and the Nuggets. Don't know what I'm going to do on Tuesday. We'll do the same matchup on Wednesday, and then we're going to do the NHL tournament on Thursday, which will end up being on Wednesday, Canada and Sweden in the Four Nations face-off, but I'm going to do Thursday, USA and Finland, and I'll end up doing that, and I'm not really sure what we're going to be doing on Friday. So I wish that the game was a little bit closer. Congratulations to the Eagles. Tough one if you're a Chief fan. Keep your head up. Again, I've been there. Obviously not necessarily with the Buccaneers because we went twice and won twice, but I feel like the same kind of pain when Oregon, played the Buckeyes, same type of shit, man. It sucks, but hopefully the team will get better moving forward. But I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday night. Final score, Super Bowl LIX, Philadelphia Eagles 40, Kansas City Chiefs 22. Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Shout out to Reflect, Captain, Cole, Megan, Chief Will Chief, and Amber. Appreciate you guys for all the support. And I got one question for you. Well, talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. Congratulations. Philly, I see you. Fly, Eagles, fly. Oh, Zini in the building, late with the dono. Anything you want to see photo-wise? I didn't know anyone was going to be hopping in here late. Congratulations on this Super Bowl. Anything that you want to see photo-wise? Appreciate you. Thank you for the dono here at the buzzer. I'll stay here for a couple minutes to get you some photos if you want anything. But I got you some plenty of photos here. We got Jalen. We got Saquon. We got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. We got Jalen Carter. We got Zach Bond. We got Cooper DeJean with a pick 6. We got Reed Blankenship. I got you. Appreciate you. The champ is here, not only in fantasy, but in real life, too. Not JT in the building. What's good? We're 25 away from the goal. I did. I did see Chase at the game. Hopefully he ends up winning the Daytona 500. I'll be doing a lot of NASCAR this year as well. Anything that you want to be able to see, Zini? And that is the conclusion of the 2024 NFL regular season. Hey, maybe Chiefs getting catered by the refs, but there's nothing that the refs could do to make the outcome different here tonight. Zini coming in the clutch with about 5 seconds to go before I ended the stream. Good thing she got that dono in. Zini, Panini. Anything you want to see? I mean, again, it definitely reminded me of the Tampa Bay Super Bowl. Again, O-line. I say this every year, for people that pay attention, but it's always going to be O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling, not quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, which the NFL tries to brainwash people. But it shows you, if you have these amazing quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight ends, it's like Ferraris and Lambos in your front yard, but you have no gas. You're not going anywhere. It's just a nice fancy toy that you can look at, but it doesn't do anything. And again, they got dominated on all facets of the game. And when you go down 24-0 at half, it kind of made me feel like the Ducks-Buckeyes game when we were down 28-0 and then 31-8. You knew it was already over in the first half, and that stinks. But again, the best offseason out of any team in NFL history, right? Kellen Moore, Vic Fangio, Saquon Barkley, Zach Bond, right? Cooper DeJean. Going through every single, position group that they had. It's just, I don't know, man. I've never seen an offseason like that ever. Pretty special. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Zach Bond. I mean, to have a player come from another team on top of, drafting 2 rookies at corner, it shows you if they already had good culture, but again, if you draft corner, which it is a passing league, not a running league anymore, besides, Saquon and Derrick Henry. But again, you have to be able to stop the pass. And, again, it's the best offseason that I've ever seen in NFL history out of any team. Coaches, free agents, on top of, drafting. Unbelievable. Yeah, probably not because he's white. He's the great white hype. But it's definitely very cool to be able to see a white corner. We haven't seen one really since Jason Sehorn. And not only to be a white corner, but to be elite. Pick 6 in the Super Bowl? You kidding me? Fucking awesome. Maybe we'll see more white Caucasian corners in the future. Instead of being a wide receiver, maybe they'll want to be the next Cooper DeJean. Cool. Well, I'm not sure if Zini is in the building or not. She might have just done a drive-by dono, and she might be partying right now. But I'll message her after this. I appreciate you guys very, very much. I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast, even though the game didn't really turn out, as a close matchup as we thought. And again, hope you guys enjoyed the thumb. I came up with some new creativity here, even with the Mardi Gras beads there in the corner. And again, we'll be live tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific for the Blazers and the Nuggets. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. And I'm out. Gang. Hell yeah, baby. Gang.